following program is for adult audiences only.
Say something meaningful, say something I don't know. I wanna know you better. The way that you talk to me, the way that you make me feel, I don't know if you're real. I wanna put you in that spotlight, looking at you all night. Put you in that spotlight. Oh, you make me feel right. Wanna look at you all night. Put you in that spotlight. Oh, you know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. And it's like you're untouchable. Like you're untouchable. Don't you know? You know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. I'll sing until my lungs give out. You're beautiful. What are you doing to me? I think I'm going crazy. Oh, I just want you now. I wanna hold you close. Don't wanna take it slow. Oh, I just want you now. I wanna put you in that spotlight, looking at you all night. Put you in that spotlight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you make me feel right. Wanna look at you all night. Wanna put you in that spotlight. Oh, you know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. And it's like you're untouchable. Like you're untouchable. Don't you know? You know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. I'll sing until my lungs give out. You're beautiful. Baby, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. Baby, you're beautiful. I wanna put you in that spotlight, looking at you all night, all night. I'll sing until my lungs give out. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
I can't help but feel good. I can't help but feel fine. Everything is in its place and everything is mine. I can't help but feel good. I can't help but feel fine. Everything is in its place and all of it is mine. I can't help but smile. I can't help but smile. I'm reinventing myself. I'm me and nobody else. I'm reinventing myself. I'm me and nobody else. Ooh, I can't help but smile. Ooh, I can't help but smile. Ooh, I can't help but smile.
news, everyone!
Vaping is better than smoking.
She didn't love you back, all she did was leave a hole.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the Vapers part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and my good buddy Kenny the Vaping Heed.
The fuck are you?
Sorry, just trying to find me.
He completely had to rebuild his OBS, man. It's been one of them weeks where it's like 5 steps forward, 2 steps backward. I changed my monitor out over here on my right so I can have HDR, and got a new splitter, and now the monitor in front of me is in 4K, and Kenny had to completely rebuild his OBS because it wasn't quite working right. Something was all messed up in there. So he's completely rebuilt it, added a bunch of special effects in there. I taught him how to create little decks on his OBS so that he can just push buttons. Doesn't have to look through his list of scenes and sources. He just pushes a button to go where he wants to go.
Woohoo!
And everything's crystal clear as a bell. despite us fighting for an hour before the stream to restore all our settings that Windows says, you thought you had everything fixed yesterday. We're going to screw it up overnight just to mess with you.
I found out what's wrong.
Uh-oh.
You've got an echo on my end. I don't know if the stream can hear, but you've got an echo.
No, the stream doesn't hear because we recorded a little segment before the show went live today and played it back, and I heard it crystal clear, so that means you're getting two sources. And with my audio settings completely wiped out and reconstructed by Windows on its own little whim, that doesn't surprise me.
You've got a wonderful echo. Where the hell's that gone?
I'll try and chase it down as the stream goes on today, but we've got a wonderful show set up for you guys today, and today's going to be one of those days where it's like, okay, the election's gone, that all propaganda machine is quieted down, and unfortunately I found out when I woke up this morning on my vaping session, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn is retiring for good this time. For real.
No.
He's hanging his hat up. He's like, after 10 years of advocating for harm reduction, it's time for him to actually enjoy retirement. And I don't blame the guy. You know, there's only so much of this you can do. And the battle's going to keep going on because just, you know, unlike us, our livelihood doesn't depend on this. If all of a sudden this was legal to access everywhere on the planet, they had reasonable, responsible regulations, people could manufacture whatever they wanted, that's probably what we'd end up switching to. We'd end up becoming the manufacturer of some of these things. We would go and say, make contracts with China and say, listen, I want you to make me something I've never seen anybody else do, because doing the reviews on all these hundreds and hundreds of products, I've come to realize what works, what doesn't work, and what nobody's bothered to put out there before. Like, you can get individual components from like this person or this mod or this tank or this thing, but I want to see something that meets 100% of the check marks that I need to fully enjoy my experience. So, if all this prohibition shit went away, that's where I'd be. That and my YouTube stuff would go to making content creation stuff for things like microphones and cameras and mounts and speakers and teaching people, like I taught Kenny this past week, how simple it is for you to create a little deck. You don't have to spend $200 on a massive 32-button stream deck so you can have a button to push to change scenes. You just create the action, which makes the current scene whatever you want it to be. And then you go on to streamer.bot website and you create a button. And then you put that deck inside of OBS and now you got a button. You want to go to this scene, you push that button. You want to go to that scene, you push that button. You want to have a red alert? You can fire it with voice commands. Because we know Bloomberg is just going to keep shelling the money out there for everybody to have all this misinformation shoved down their throats. And it's just nothing but a bunch of peons like you and me out there on Twitter telling them, stop being a hypocrite. Tell people the truth. It's that simple. Wow. They got the new X-Slim. What is it? X-Slim Pro 2.
Oh, need.
Reviews coming up. I got 3 reviews that are going to be released this week. We got the X-Slim Pro 2. The only thing that really changed on this was the screen. They went to high definition screen. 16.9 million colors and little animations. It's the same pod. It's the same tank, which I mean is extreme flavor. It doesn't get any better. If you got something that works, leave it the fuck alone. So they did. And it works great. The only thing I'd like to see them do, to be honest with you, to be proactive, is use the CRC compliant tanks across the whole world. Simplify your supply chain. You don't need to make, CRC compliant tanks and non-compliant tanks. If it's a safety requirement to prevent kids from getting into this e-liquid and babies that happen to, get a hold of a device that fell off of the sofa and they put it in their mouth and it helps keep the pod sealed except when it's actually functioning as a vape, well, use that for all your stuff.
Yeah.
I'm actually saying that because
sense.
I love the rubberized drip tip that they have on those CRC pods.
There's a
I love that
surprise.
mouthfeel. But I mean, there are so many ways to make improvements on this. Everybody was like, oh man, they're done making improvements. No, they're not. No, they are not. After tearing apart some of these tanks to recycle them and seeing the actual dual coil technology that's in there, I'm waiting for a box mod to come out with that. You know what I mean? I think Anakin did something where they could rejuvenate your coils with using dual layers of mesh and dual layers of preheating the e-liquid, and then the inner coil vaporized it like normal. So there's plenty of advancement possibilities there for stock coil, sub-ohm tanks. There's plenty of things they could do to make things better.
Well, innovation, isn't it? Innovation, my friend.
Yeah, when you're knee deep in it. Here's the second review that's going to be posted this week. This is the Hell Vape RTA. It's the Solo 2. They finally fixed the airflow in this thing. They took a little bit from there, a little bit from there, like they do with all the innovation. Look, the top cap is hollowed out, so you'll never flood your deck because there's space and there's room to compress air, even when you fill it all the way up, so that you don't flood the deck with your e-liquid when you put the cap on. And I mean, I don't understand how they have finally gotten everything to be so meticulous. If this thing would have been sold 15 years ago, this could have sold for $200 because the machining is that precise on it. Everything fits together like if it was handmade, hand tested individually. And now you can choose, you want top airflow, which is now channeled all the way down to the side of the coils where you have honeycomb slots to direct the airflow evenly to the side of the coil. Do you want just bottom airflow where the entire deck is nothing but honeycomb slots for airflow to come up from underneath your coils? Or do you want to get the best of both worlds and blend them in together? Not only that, but for a smaller size tank like this, it's only 25 millimeters wide. You have 3 coil options. You can go with a single 3 millimeter coil, a single 4 millimeter coil, or dual 2.5 millimeter coils.
Interesting.
And the slots that they have for the juice flow is perfect width to accommodate all 3 of those options. No flooding decks, no issues whatsoever. How much drag do you like when you take and inhale your vape? You can customize it based on what coils you put inside it.
I mean,
and the
it's not
flavor is
new
top
technology.
notch.
I mean, yeah, it's not new technology. I mean, there is some tanks out there that's got like the bottom and top airflow that you can balance and play about with until you get your, your optimum thing. So, but if they've improved it, well, that's fair enough. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yes, because if you look at the top of this tank, the way that you fill this thing up, this looks exactly like an arbiter, where you've got that recessed area in the top for air to sit, because you're not going to fill it all the way up to the brim with e-liquid. You're naturally going to fill it up to the bottom of the holes that they have cut in there for your e-liquid. So that leaves the perfect amount of air to compress when you put that quarter turn top cap on, which is machined so precisely, the tension is perfect. It's not too loose. It's not too tight. I mean, everything has reached its peak when it comes to this tank, the way that they designed it. And because it's, an RTA that you get to rebuild and put whatever coils in you want, you can set it up however you want. You want bigger coils? You want smaller coils? You want dual coils? I've never been a fan of 2.5 millimeter coils. That's what I never got into Bogan's Blotto. Because they had to have 2.5 millimeter coils. And the only reason why I never got into it is because I always was out of the Firebolt cotton. Firebolt cotton, that shoelace Firebolt, is perfect for 2.5 millimeter coils. Most of the time when I put them in a 3 millimeter coil, I need to put 2 of those Firebolt cottons in. Or if it was a 4 millimeter coil, I need 3 of those Firebolt cottons.
Yeah.
But it works.
Definitely.
So what's new your way, mate? Tell them your little story about your car. You were a bad boy.
It was embarrassing.
Not embarrassing. I did the same thing myself. We have to get state inspections here.
Well, like Alex said, in the US you have state inspections. In the UK we have what we call an MOT inspection, which you have to get every year. My road tax for my car, that's another thing we pay here in the UK, pay road tax every year, was due for renewal. So I went online, the GovDog website, to pay it. Well, went, sorry, we can't tax your car. Your MOT's expired. Now I thought, maybe a couple of weeks out, or maybe I forgot. I'll check the date it went out, obviously on the Gov website. It ran out in 2023. So I've been driving my car for a year on the road. I hope there's no police watching this, by the way, with no MOT. So I had to quickly
I did the same thing during COVID, mate. I didn't get my Ohio emissions done in time. I actually drove to Ohio during COVID, during the lockdowns, and I used the hand scanner and did it, myself and printed one out.
Yeah.
But apparently there was nobody there at the facility to download that and send it to the state. So I legit had to make a photocopy of my emissions test report that the printer prints out, because it just reads your computer. And if your computer says, everything in emissions is working 100%, then they give you a passing printout. So I just had to photocopy that and mail it into Columbus, and then my emissions test was taken care of in their computer.
But like I said,
it is what it is.
At the end of the day, I've got a current MOT, I've got current road tax, so I am all above board on the road legally at long last. But they used to send you reminders out, man. Once upon a time, you never get them now. Like the MOT.
It costs money, man. They can't afford to do that. They're too busy banning shit and coming up with new taxes.
They still do it with your road tax. You still get like a reminder of your tax, like a month before. But they used to do it with MOTs, and they don't. I've never had one for them for ages now. Well, never mind. It is what it is.
Oh, well, you know what? You could also get to the point like I am. My truck is now 25 years old. Therefore, it will no longer need an e-check ever. It's an antique. It's a classic car, as far as they're concerned.
Classic car, 25 years old.
Job done. No more e-check for the truck.
Good. Until it falls to bits when it's 50 years old.
I ain't falling to bits. There's some body issues. I need to take some rust and some rocker panels that you need swapped out. But other than that, that thing's solid. It's a tank. It's not going bad. They don't make cars like that anymore.
Nah, true enough.
Well, it's almost time to get into the news, but before we get into the news, I've got some wonderful news for you people in the UK and the people in Florida and the people wherever they've decided to ban disposables like France. You don't have to worry, because, if you're one of them old people that your eyesight's no longer good and you don't fiddle fart with rebuildable stuff anymore, because it's just so much easier to pick one of these up and go, okay, I'm vaping. I'm done. Nothing else to worry about. When that goes bad, I'll replace it with another one. You don't have to worry about the disposable van, guys. You really don't. Because Paw Juice and SVOOP has just come out with a brand new product. Well, look at that. Battery and mod, not disposable. It's rechargeable USB Type-C connection. Tank. Nothing to mess with. It's also refillable. And now you have your disposable that's not disposable.
Hey. Cool, man. We'll find a way.
Got a
Always
loop.
do.
You can hang it off your lanyard like you did in the past. When this goes bad, swap it out. Oh, I don't really care for that flavor. That doesn't go with what I had for lunch. Swap it out. Oh, Fruity Pebbles. That reminds me of the cereal I didn't have for breakfast today. That'd be a beautiful snack for me to vape on the rest of the day.
But my question is it a compliant 2 ml tank?
Yes, it can be.
It is. Can be. Yeah, I like it.
They can put 2 mils of e-liquid in it. But what you choose to fill it up with, well, that's up to you. How often you want to refill it. There's a little bung hole on the top here that you can take and buy pod juice and refill it with the exact same flavor, so you don't even have mixing of flavors. Job done. And you can swap flavors out throughout the course of the day. And you can have multiple battery packs.
I was just wondering,
so if this battery dies, you don't have to worry about having a charger readily accessible. You just grab the other battery pack out of your purse or your wallet or your pocket or whatever.
I was just wondering if you had like little different size, like I see a pod tank. Maybe you've obviously your 2 ml, and maybe say you got your aftermarket ones where you buy a 5 ml, so that kind of thing. But that's probably down the line, isn't it? If you can't already get them.
There you go.
Cool as ice, that. That's clever, that, like.
And it's adjustable. You want more wattage? 11 watts isn't enough for you? No problem. There's 13, 15, or you want boost mode where they're engaging both of the coils at the same time. You want a little bit on low, 22, 26, or 30 watts of dual coil vaping pleasure. Job done. Disposable ban. Thank you for all your wasted time and effort. Because now, what are the e-bike people going to do to build batteries for their e-bikes? It's in the news today. There's a bloke going around right now, all these disposables you see laying all over the streets. He's been picking them up, tearing them apart like I do. He uses 3D printer to print a rack to put all of those disposable vape batteries in it. And now he uses that to power his bike. Some bloke down in England. He'll be in the news.
Oh, you're kidding, UK? Oh, new way to recycle disposables. That would be a kick in the bollocks if they started putting stuff like that out.
100% recycled e-bike. Using disposable vape batteries to power it.
That would be brilliant. That's brilliant.
And the thing is, because he 3D printed the rack of the batteries, he's got more milliamp hour in his batteries on his e-bike than you can buy in any commercial e-bike on the street in the UK right now.
I love it.
Yeah.
Whoop.
And some of these disposables actually have a battery inside the tank section.
Wow.
It's kind of like the Motorola phone I used to have. Had different attachments to the back. You could have JBL speakers slapped onto the back. You can have a projector that projects an image from the screen onto the wall so you could watch movies when you were camping. I had that. You have a 3D camera that can go on there. You got the Castlebland camera that attaches on there that has a full telescoping photo, attaches to the back of your phone. I had that. And the dog ate it because when I left it on the coffee table. I don't know why the dog wanted to chew a camera up, but it did. Or if you want to go camping and not worry about charging your phone, you had a beautiful 3,000 milliamp hour battery that slapped onto the back of your phone. So you had a total of 6,000 milliamp hours between the battery inside the phone and the battery you slapped on the back of it. Legit, go 4-day camping and never worry about charging my phone because it never died.
That's brilliant. Oh, them's the days, eh?
Kind of like this e-bike in the news. So with that beautiful segue... All right, folks, time for us to get into the news. And as THR advocates, it's time for the tobacco control people to just give up this war. It's time for them to declare a truce and call it quits to their misinformation out there, because we know the truth. The truth is winning. The truth will always win.
As advocates, we inform, we educate, and we advocate. That's what a consumer advocate does. And it is really, really disheartening when you have tobacco control turning around and completely ignoring us and labeling us and calling us names. We know, though, the majority of us advocates, we know a lot of what the backlash that we get is because it's fear. We threaten the reality of tobacco control. Okay, Dave Dobbins earlier said something about the war is over. Tobacco control needs to understand that the war is over. They need to either pivot into something else, or they just need to sit down and understand, hey, we need to collaborate, we need to work together, we need to engage. Because otherwise we're just going to be making history repeats, and we keep making the same mistakes.
Meanwhile, people are dying. 8 million people a year continue to die because we haven't reached them and told them, hey, man, just pick up a vape. Pick up a vape. And every time you want to smoke, just pick this up and use this first. If you do that every single time you want a cigarette, I guarantee you, you will no longer reach for a cigarette. Give it a week, give it a month. It's different for each person. Some people like me are fortunate enough that you can commit to it, and you leave one weekend and you leave your cigarettes at home. And then when you get home, after a weekend away from all of the stress and fears and a weekend of pure vaping pleasure, as soon as you get home, you pitch your cigarettes in the garbage and never touch them again. It can be that simple, especially when you have all these delicious flavors to choose from. That's why flavor brands are ridiculous, because all they do is hurt the situation out there. So, something I came across that I was truly amazed with. How many of us out there don't even have a face to go with the name? We see each other on Twitter, on social media, on Facebook. There are very few of you out there that do like Kenny and I do, where we get in front of a camera week after week after week to tell you guys about things and to have conversations about it and to build this community, this vape family of people that have successfully quit smoking. So Maria posted this picture. It says, I interact with so many of you on Twitter, but I have no idea what you look like. So here's me. And now drop a photo of you in the replies. This especially includes those of you that follow me to just be mean to me. I want to know what you look like. Put a face to go with the advocacy that you have. So I posted me and Mrs. Hunky Vape on there. And look, we've got all these other people out there. Look at Mark and Bernie. Here's Rog with his wife. Here's Skip Murray. We have Southern Vapor posted. Edward Hubert and his wife. Look at all these people. Isn't it nice to have a face to go with the name? Here's Ivana, just a mom, THR. She goes to the e-cigarette summit every year, twice a year, once in the UK, once in England. I mean, once in Washington, D.C., once in London. Look at all these wonderful people out there fighting for their right to human health. We are real people. We're not some bots in some Chinese farm out there, you know, doing all this crap. We are real people that are personally affected by all these prohibitions. No matter what country, all vapers are fighting for the exact same right to vape rather than to smoke cigarettes. We are fighting for our human health. We're all frustrated, angry, and saddened by the ridiculous misinformation and disinformation that have affected our ability to choose and stay off of cigarettes. But we will always stand united against this oppression.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Attention media outlets. Surely even the most diehard anti-vapers, not you paid schmucks out there, not all the idiots that are paid to constantly lie to the public. The rest of you surely must be thinking at this point, vaping causes hair loss, vaping causes tooth loss, hearing loss, brain damage, seizures, erectile dysfunction, anal leakage. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, and we know it's bullshit, and so does the public. At least the ones that are paying attention. Well, and you know the sad reality
I can certainly tell you I do not suffer from erectile dysfunction, and I've been vaping 10 years plus, so bullshit.
Isn't it fantastic? The truth is out there, and we talk to people all the time. These advocates get on there and, you know, like Tahir, he gets on there and he just like, oh, we're winning. We're so good in Australia. We're leading the charge on tobacco control. Yeah, you're giving up 100% of the control over to the criminal gangs and the cartels and the gangs that are now firebombing shops, and people are losing their homes and their property.
Speaking of Australia, have you heard the latest thing there? This is the fucking mentality of the place. I mean, I'll admit it's got nothing to do with vaping, but they're trying to implement another ban. They're doing another ban. It was on the news, I think it was a couple of days ago. They are now trying to ban social media to under 16s. They're banning all phones, banning everything. They're going to ban social media because they think it fucks up the kids. Another ban that will not work.
No, absolutely will not work. All it does is cause more pain and suffering and misery. For what?
The ironic thing is, I know it's like it's easy to get round, but social media has got age limits before you can get accounts. Obviously, there's an easy way around it. Maybe they should just make them a bit stricter and harder to get round rather than trying to ban something. You know what I mean?
Well, see, the problem all can be tracked down to money is the root of all evil. And everybody is
without
focusing on how much money can we make, not how much good can we do to society.
Definitely.
As vape advocates, we have the very unique position of knowing that everything that we do is improving society as a whole. We are reducing the pain and the anguish and the suffering of people and their family members. When Grandpa gets to live an extra 5 years because he gave up the coffin sticks, he gave up lighting tobacco on fire and switched to something that isn't going to kill him, that lets his body repair the damage done by decades and decades of smoking. And these people that are out there trying to chastise and they think that they label themselves as tobacco control people because they think that they can control society, you're in for a rude awakening, mate. Doesn't work that way. When you implement a ban and a prohibition, you are not banning or prohibiting anything. You're moving it from the regulated market to the unregulated market. You've given up control.
Definitely.
Progress would be faster, though, if media did not constantly promote misinformed stories that put smokers off moving over to vaping. A correction to that trend is currently needed.
Well, I think also a trend with media is try not promoting negative stories about vaping. Try running stories, positive stories with vaping, because you never, ever, 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 ever hear a positive story about vaping.
No,
Never.
and it's a crying shame. They should be plastered in every single news source every single day.
Yeah.
It's an eventuality. And the people have spoken.
Hi, William. William's in the room. He zapped us.
Ain't the first time. I think you missed the last 2 times he did it.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just acknowledging. I know he's there.
Regardless of who you voted for and who you stood for the election, the results are crystal clear. We want change, and we want it now. We're sick and tired of the censorship. We're sick and tired of the oppressive nature and the corporate-owned media that is shoving shit down our fucking throats. We want to live our lives. We want to be able to make a decent living. And we want to be able to enjoy the money that we make.
Can I just ask you something on that, right? So he's won the election. I reckon has he won the House of Representatives as well?
That's the map right there, mate. Do you think he won?
Yeah.
That's the House of Representatives. Each of those little boxes are not counties. Each of those boxes is a representative of that state. There's 400 and some of them in the House. He's got 53 members in the Senate. So we have a supermajority, a trifecta majority.
So
because the people want a fucking change.
So does that mean if he actually decides to write some executive order, he's got a better chance of getting it through now, seeing he's got both the other houses?
Well, see, the thing is, executive orders are privileged orders from the president, which is technically only enforced on the executive branch of the government. It is up to Congress to make the laws, so it still requires the Senate and the House to pass a bill, to agree on the language, and to present it as a potential new law to the president to sign off on.
Got you.
And we still have fuddy-duddies that have been there longer in office. They've been in office longer than you and I have been alive. Like the schmuck, the outgoing leader of the Republican Party right now, Mitch McConnell. He's been there for all of our adult life, right? He's still going to oppose it because he's still bought and paid for by all the corporate oligarchs that have enacted the current mess that we're in right now. So he's still got those to contend with. But what he also has is he has the ability to call out when they do something that is obviously against the good of the people. And as we all know, Trump is not afraid to get in front of the camera and make somebody look like a fool.
Hell no.
Especially when he got facts to back him up. I want to make tips non-taxable. Why is Mitch McConnell against that? So you can make a special presidential address to the nation and call out all the people that are against what the people want. I want to make overtime non-taxable. Mitch McConnell doesn't want to do that. He wants to keep taxing your overtime. That's a good of the people. Businesses need people to work. They're willing to pay you time and a half. And the government is willing to incentivize you putting in the extra hours by not taxing that part of your income. He's against that. Guarantee you, if he does that 2 or 3 times, there ain't no way in hell Mitch McConnell's getting reelected, because there's going to be a lot of people standing up to run against him the next election. And they're all going to keep pointing to that message that Trump said.
What are you doing?
Buta Squad, hello and welcome. So they're still arguing over things, like here in Pennsylvania, whether Dave McCormick actually made it into the Senate or not. The difference is like 35,000 votes, and they still have 100,000 votes outstanding. They think that they're going to still be able to catch up to him, but that ain't going to happen. So it's an eventuality. It's like everything else. It's going to happen. And
I mean, a lot of
people obviously
like,
demanded change.
A lot of people who are nitpicking the election result are kind of pointing the finger at Biden now, saying that he should have stood down earlier to give Harris more chance to have a bit of a run-up. It says they're kind of saying it was too little too late on her behalf.
Oh, well, yes and no. Some people are saying that, but there's plenty of other people that are saying if Biden wouldn't have been pushed out of office in a coup d'etat orchestrated by the Democratic elites, he could have done better against Trump than Kamala did.
Yeah.
Despite his mental acuities being constantly in question because he just wanders off in the middle of a press conference.
It's funny. I thought he's fucking hilarious.
Listen, it's plenty of entertainment value for all of us. And we still have to deal with the reality that New York State is shitting a brick right now because they took so many bonds out on the tobacco revenues from the MSA payments that they're still against vaping and will never change that position until they get themselves out of debt. Because have you ever heard of a state going bankrupt?
A couple of them nearly did. I think was California
and New York,
because their bonds were due. Yeah. Because their bonds were due to be paid and they didn't have the money.
I'm not even going to actually go look at the actual story. I already read it. Thank you very much for asking me once again. Did you read it? You sure you want to repost this? Have you read it? Yeah, I read it. It's an abomination. It's horrible. It's pathetic.
Fuck off.
Oh, I got to protect the kids. It's against the fucking law for the kids to buy it.
Exactly.
These vape shops are selling it to the kids. No, they're not. They're selling it to legal age adults who are then giving it to the kids. You got a problem with it? Go after them. Oh, you can't? It's not realistic? Maybe you shouldn't have banned it.
This is the thing, you know, because like I said, I mean, our government's looking at a licensing scheme, which is all well and good, right? I mean, to me, they just put an extra burden or a financial burden on brick and mortar vape shops, because to me, they're not the people that's selling these to underage people. Like you said, maybe adults are buying them for kids, whatever. But it's the corner shops that's doing it. They're the ones. But the only way I can see them getting around, because vapes are listed as a tobacco product, right? So all your off licenses, all your stores have to have a tobacco and alcohol sales license. So technically,
Mate, I'm going to stop you right there.
Got a fucking license. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
Well, it's not going to apply to a vape anymore once they enact a vape licensing scheme. You're going to have a separate license if you want to sell vapes.
That's what I mean. They've got to move vaping away out of that category to have a separate license for it. If that happens, we'll see. But
That's
while
what
it's
should
under the
happen.
umbrella of tobacco,
I'm sick and
That's what
tired
I'm
of
saying,
everybody
while it's
saying,
under the
well,
umbrella.
if it happens, we'll do this. If it doesn't happen, then we'll do that. No, it's time for
Yeah.
us to stand up, get a hold of our representatives, and constantly remind them what your position is. They should be sick and tired of fucking hearing from you. If they're not, you're not doing your job. And I don't want to hear you crying the blues when the next ban goes through and all of a sudden you're going, huh, I guess Alex wasn't just a fucking schmuck out there, the laughing stock of the vape industry, you know, sitting there advocating for this and advocating for that. That ain't going to happen to me. Guess what?
it did.
It did happen to you. And you're in the UK. 3
Yep.
years ago, I told you guys about this. And it ain't going to ever happen here. No, eventually it will. Is it going to be in the near future? Probably not. That's like they implemented this new tax. It's not going into effect this year. Not until the next election is over with will it go into effect.
I think the reason we had it so good for so long is because the politics didn't really want to touch it for a while. Because obviously, I think they were just thinking, well, do we know enough about it? Do we not know enough about it? And I mean, the Tories kind of left it alone. But now all of a sudden, with everybody else doing bans and blah, 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 and then obviously the disposable market and the underage, now they've started to act. But generally, for normal vaping products, like, you know, your tanks and all that stuff, they never really touched it until now.
Part of the reason why it took so long for the UK to change is, first off, your government stayed pretty stable for the last, 12, 15 years? You had conservatives ruling for the last, period of time. The other part of it is the fact you have much stricter laws about money interfering with politics.
Yeah.
So as soon as money does go in the inappropriate way, it gets called out and somebody goes to jail for it. Right? And the other part is Bloomberg was so busy sending money to these third world countries to influence their laws that he just never bothered with the UK. Then he took over the University of Bath, and then he made them the whole fucking tobacco control research authority. And they published a website and did a whole bunch of stuff. And then they started, lobbying the liberal parties, the Labor Party, to get them to see things their way. That's what happened here in the States. Now it happened in the UK. And that's why the liberal government, now that they're in charge, are starting to enact these things that Bloomberg's been shoving down their throats for the past, 5 to 10 years. And if you trace money, re-election campaign money, you'll see the majority of it has been from him. Bloomberg and Gates pushed their way through, and they've got dominant control over the Labor Party in the UK and in the Democratic Party here in the States.
I mean, we did clamp down on lobbyists as well, because there was a lot of, backhand shenanigans going on, and there was obviously bigger lobbyists, getting their way, while the smaller lobbyists. So they did clamp down on the lobbyists a bit as well, I believe. But obviously,
that's what they need to do here. Now that you've got a Republican trifecta there, it is in their own interest, number one, to have term limits for everybody. Every single office in the country, every single political office has a maximum term limit of 2 terms. So, if you want to run for federal office, you can be a House of Representatives member for 2 terms. That's it. Then you can go and become a senator for 2 terms. That's it. The president already has that restriction. You could only be president for 2 terms. So Trump is done after this. He's out of politics.
Oh, he's not daft.
Brett Whitney pointed, all blue. Should be all blue. Well, you know what? If they don't make major changes and follow through with the things that were promised to the people this term, I guarantee you the next election cycle, it will be all blue. You're going to see that map flip because the people are sick and tired of being lied to and nothing ever fucking changes. It only gets worse. The people are finally starting to realize, hey, if we don't fucking speak up, they're just going to keep running over us. They're going to keep steamrolling us. Ron Jeremy, hello and welcome. And then we're going to end up like fucking Australia. Here you go, mate. Number 145. Another 5 tobacconist firebombing arson incidents. Norland Tobacco Shop firebombed again. Set alight. Just 6 days after the last time. They didn't do a good enough job the first time, so it's like anything else. You take a look at the drug war our entire lives. Nixon declared a war on drugs. He was going to stamp out all drug use, right?
Never.
Can you still go anywhere and buy cocaine or heroin or LSD or any of these new fancy chemical drugs that you don't even know what they are anymore? You can get on a website and order them straight from Europe or anywhere else in the world. They didn't stamp out anything. They just hardened the criminal cartels that supply what people want. They've given up control. The only way to regain control is to legalize it and regulate it and create a safe supply. And then people won't just die because they think that they're going to consume one thing and actually they're consuming horse tranquilizer. Because you can take a suitcase of horse tranquilizer and create tons of drugs for sale that people will think is cocaine, but is actually nothing but drywall smashed up, mixed with a little tiny bit of horse tranquilizer. Then half the people might die because, well, we didn't crush up the horse tranquilizer good enough. Yeah. I didn't get to watch that one. I saw it. It just came out last night.
Yeah.
I watched like the first 30 seconds of it because my wife brought me dinner. I haven't had a chance to go back and watch it. But he says that vape influencers like TikTok and Instagram, they're all done.
Could that be past, like Neil said, could that technically be as move on to reviewers? Are we influencing the product?
They can interpret it however they choose.
Yeah.
YouTube can easily interpret that to mean that, you know, everybody that has one on a video that isn't doing something else and never putting focus on it is considered an influencer and therefore banned. That's what they're doing already. That's why I tell people all the time, you need to get out and speak up for your rights because they will be gone if you don't do it.
I mean, technically, in the day, it's marketed, isn't it, for the vape companies, so that they'll find another way to do it, just like they found another way to override the disposable carry on.
Yeah, in some ways, it is a marketing thing. I realize that when I put out a video out there, it is technically marketing for the company, but it is also a valuable resource for the customers out there that may potentially choose to buy it and may influence their decision to buy it because if somebody sends me something and it's crap, I'm going to tell everybody that it's crap.
Yeah.
And if it's not crap, but it's got one bad thing about it, I'm going to point it out and I'm going to try and fix it because I look at it this way. If I were to go out with my hard-earned money and order this and buy this online from someplace, Element doesn't give a rat's ass what I think of it after I get it in my hands. Their job is done once that product is in the delivery chain and makes it to my house. Their obligation and their requirements are done.
It's done.
You got it. You chose to buy it. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. If you got something that was crap, well, you shouldn't have bought it. You should have found out ahead of time. And how do you find out ahead of time? You have to go watch people like me that buy everything they can get their hands on and then review it and tell you, what did I find when I opened the fucking box? How many pieces and parts were in there? Were they all 100% functional? Or was there something wrong with it that prevented me from being able to use it right? And was I able to fix that to be able to ultimately enjoy the product? Or is this something that I would just shit can?
Oh, Darren, I missed that. We'll have a quick look. There you go, folks. Darren put a documentary in the Discord. Go
Yes.
check it out.
That is a fantastic thing. Filter Mag did a story on 906 Vapor, on Bernie, and on Mark about their story and how many people. And they were an old-fashioned vape shop where, you know, people just used to come in and hang out. Ex-smokers used to sit there and hang out and chat with him all day long, like the old barbershops used to be. Until the state finally drove him out of fucking business.
Yeah.
It's a sad
There's a
story.
surprise on that, eh?
It's a success story, but it is very sad how it ended up. And he is one of thousands and thousands of vape shops. Since I started doing YouTube, doing these reviews and stuff, half the local vape shops have closed in this country. And that includes all the new ones that have recently opened up because they're ignorant of what they're walking into. All they know is they use this, they quit smoking, and they want to be able to sell this for everybody else to quit smoking too. We've had 3 stores in our area open up. There's had 3 stores in our area that have also closed down. There's only one store that has been here the whole time. And he's proactive about everything he does. He's got a database of every single ID that he does for every single purchase, for every single product that he sells. And he can track it to his inventory and say, nothing I've sold went to a child.
Yeah. Which is the right way to do it, you know what I mean? Without a doubt.
Then you got corner shops that are right next to me that have a tobacco license and sell cigarettes and ordered cartons of vapes that they sell also. But they don't give a shit what the vaping laws are. They're just out to make a buck.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime.
It is a First Amendment violation. Our Constitution enables us to have free speech. It is against our Constitution and against the law for the government to inhibit, prohibit, dissuade, or alter our ability to speak freely. So technically, anybody that was part of the censorship regime was acting against the Constitution of this country. And is not only going to be fired, but brought up on fucking charges. Nathan, hello and welcome. All the way in Japan.
It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And we have to do this right now. To the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project.
So not only is he going after the online platforms for censoring Americans, he's also going after the academics and the academic institutions that are literally putting this type of behavior into their curriculums to get people to accept the fact that we're not entitled to say whatever we want, wherever we want, however we want. And if anybody is caught...
YouTube, does that mean the YouTube channels might get monetized? Way!
Yeah. Well, they can't control what the advertisers choose and don't choose to spend their money on. But it will force YouTube to allow us to be in the algorithm just like anybody else. Mm-hmm. Everybody's speech is equal. You don't prefer a certain group of people because they have a certain message. You're not entitled to that right. Free speech lets everybody speak whatever they want, even the crazy people.
I also think, like, his friend Elon might be a big influence on her as well, because obviously with the X and all that crap. So I think that's
it isn't just Elon.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he himself was subject to this when he was president the last time. And he's like, how is that even fucking possible?
Yep.
How is that even possible?
They banned him on Twitter.
And then you had the whole
United States on Twitter.
The whole set of Twitter files that was released to go, well, the only reason Twitter did that is because there was a Democratic establishment that was part of the government, their active regulators, that told them to fucking do it. It wasn't Twitter's decision to do that. It was the government's decision to force Twitter to do that, and to force Facebook to do that, and to force YouTube to do that. And he wants to put it into law that they don't have a fucking right to do that. Everybody's speech is protected equally. And the government will never do this type of behavior again once it's passed into law. Yeah, you can like as many cat videos as you want. They can't put you in jail for it. If you're a catophile, you're a catophile. He's only going after pedophiles, not catophiles.
So hang on then. So the gun there on, like, that's going to kind of conflict with Vic's video, say that they're going to make the crime for influencers. Well, if that's free speech on a platform,
that's just your country, mate. If they pass it into law, then that's what the law is, and even Elon Musk is going to follow the law. So if it's banned in your country, then your country will no longer see any of that stuff on social media. But the rest of the world can see it.
I mean,
so you could make content for the rest of the world because you have the right to free speech. Your country bans you promoting tobacco products, but it doesn't ban your video from appearing in searches for the rest of the world. Except maybe Australia, because they have the most ridiculous restrictions of anything. But eventually the free speech is going to win out, and the truth is going to get out. And the only reason they're censoring things is to prevent the truth and slow the truth down. That's a fact.
Project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year calling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data.
So, if we have somebody who's in charge of the FDA, they have to wait 5 years before they're allowed to become a partner or work for a company that is regulated by the FDA. It's time to end this fucking constant revolving door system between government and the fucking industries that lobby it. And then you change the political parties, and guess what? They move back into the government agency in order to give favorable outcomes to the company they just fucking left.
Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose.
That, I think, is the biggest one of all of them.
Yeah.
It gives people the choice to hear all sides of the story, unmolested. Because like us vape advocates are constantly suppressed in the algorithms. The number of people that obviously we've had in chat, and then you look at the fucking statistics that YouTube tells us how many people were in chat. I've done manual counts. I've showed Kenny the numbers. How is it possible that we have 20 people talking in chat, but YouTube statistics say that we had -5 viewers?
Yeah.
How is that possible? 20 people are talking in chat, but according to YouTube's active number of users in our stream was -5.
I think we had 5 ghosts. Woo.
The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America. If we don't have free speech...
What do you think?
Holy mo. Here. Totally agree with that altogether.
So even if we are shadow banned or restricted and they give us the reasons to it, there's going to be a group of people that are going to opt out of all the restrictions placed by these social media platforms that are going to be hand-fed everything all the time. There's no reason to shadow ban people for telling the fucking truth.
I think there will be more opt-outs than stay in. And, people want to hear the proper facts or whatever it is, whatever topic they're interested in or looking up information on. Definitely.
Have you seen this one?
Wow. Holy moly,
activist.
Man. Go on, Trump.
Kill. John Stossel has been an investigative reporter here my entire life, right? He did lots of different things for lots of different networks and news, and he did investigative reports on certain circumstances and certain conditions, and he was one of the ones that, investigated fleecing of America, how certain contracts are, are awarded by the government that are non-compete. They just get the fucking contract, kind of like Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids gets MSA money. Constantly. Mm-hmm. And they're constantly shoving misinformation into our faces, like this whole thing about, climate change and whether it's real or not, well, it's time to put an end to that stuff as well.
Well, Trump's not a believer of that, is he? Climate change.
Climate change is real, but we don't know where it's going or what's the dominant force leading it. Look at the exhaust emissions of vehicles today, especially because of California having such tight requirements for the emissions of exhaust on cars. Compare that to what the exhaust emissions were on the cars back when our parents were driving cars. When my dad used to pull into a gas station and say, fill the oil and check the gas. Because the gas gauge is busted and it burns so much oil, I need a quart of oil a day just to drive it without blowing the motor up.
Yeah, but we also had leaded fuel then as well, so that wasn't really great either.
So the environment was pumped full of all kinds of crap back then. Whereas now we drive these cars with practically zero emissions already. That's why I have to go in Ohio to an e-check station, or at least I did until my car turned 25 years old, and verify that I wasn't putting out a bunch of stuff that's ruining the environment.
It probably still kind of is, but at a slower rate. Not just because, obviously, the improvements on the fuel. It's just the numbers, the vast numbers of cars that's on the road now. It's dramatically increased.
And where the worst of it is?
Yeah, but like I say, once upon a time when I was a kid, if you had a car, it was a luxury. Now it's a necessity. Difference.
Yeah. But you know where the worst of it is? What two countries are growing the fastest on the number of their citizens getting cars?
China for a start, because it's a big mass population.
China? And who's the number two? India.
India, that's the other one.
Have you seen the tailpipe emissions of cars in India?
Oh,
the black soot that comes out of every single car out there because they have no emissions requirements on these cars. It's literally a tailpipe, like a motorcycle. It comes from the motor and it goes out the back of the car. And you only have a muffler to deaden the sound of the combustion chamber.
Yeah,
but there is no catalytic converters there because they can't afford the platinum it takes to make a fucking catalytic converter. And then Russia comes next.
Oh, Russia.
So here we are killing our own economy, trying to protect the environment. Meanwhile, we're 4% of the world's population and contribute maybe 5% of the world's pollution.
It's like with this COP29 thing that's going on. I don't think it's. I think it's more. I think they're pushing more towards obviously, the big polluters paying money to third world countries that for fucking polluting their countries, which is fair enough. But I think it's more. This one's more they're pushing about the green energy shit because it's something that's in its infancy, and they reckon it's something that's going to become big industry wise and everything. So I think that's what they're pushing for this one. I don't think Trump will fund it anymore. I think he wants to pull the funding out of it altogether. Trump.
Oh yeah, he wants to pull the funding back out of the World Health Organization and all of their crap.
Yeah.
Why are we funding people that are suppressing the will of the American population to an agenda that is scientifically demonstrated as being hurting the public?
Yep. Yeah, the handling of COVID pandemic was shit. You know what I mean? They never got no fucking reprimand for that, did they? The way they handled the COVID outbreak. Oh, you're buffering.
Studies do not show there's any racial bias in police shootings. And taking one death and turning that into a national reckoning with race, that was incredibly lucrative for activists.
It sure was. They collected billions. BLM itself collected $90 million. Where did it go?
Vijudani, hello and welcome.
Mansions.
Right. It was a great business opportunity for them.
BLM leaders spent millions on themselves, $12 million on luxury properties. These racist cops have got to go! Also, their protests got police to pull back.
And the fact that it actually led to thousands of additional black deaths, that hasn't stopped them.
What do you mean led to black deaths?
The war on the police that was started has caused police to stop doing things they used to do. It's called the Ferguson effect.
Anger exploding in the streets of Ferguson, Missouri.
And as a result of that, there's been a huge spike in homicides and in violence, and the chief victims of that have been black.
The post-George Floyd riots resulted in an excess of over 15,000 black male deaths.
Better not point that out on CNN.
You're literally making a connection out of your own conjecture.
No,
you cannot.
It's
just
a real
do
thing.
that.
Look up the Ferguson effect. Look up the Floyd effect. It is a real term.
The people are picking up on this corporate censorship that's going on.
A connection between two things.
The activists
mainstream media news is ridiculous.
No idea that this is what has happened.
Activists are often oblivious to the problems their activism creates. A final example. The deceitful attack on vaping.
Chris, no amount of nicotine is safe.
Stop flavored e-cigarettes. Get the facts at Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids.
One of the great public health advances this century has been vaping. Once vaping devices were introduced, smoking rates plummeted to historic lows.
Lots of lives are saved because vaping's much less harmful than smoking.
But this was a huge threat to the anti-smoking activists because if people were quitting on their own, what happens to us? So they started scaring people about vaping.
It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream.
And they have succeeded in...
Forget about the fact that your body makes formaldehyde, even if you don't vape, don't smoke, don't do anything bad. You live 100% perfect, healthy life, breathe just clean air, eat just healthy food. Your body still makes formaldehyde every fucking day. It's in your blood normally.
Persuading most people, according to polls, that vaping is as dangerous as smoking. That is a horrible thing to do to the public, but it's been very good for the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. It's great for their careers. It's terrible for public health.
We invited the campaign to appear here to argue their side. They didn't respond.
Big surprise.
I repeatedly ask activists to appear here. Tell your side of the story.
Oh, really? You want to hear our side of the story? Well, sure. I love that idea. Here, let me give you a list of fucking people to talk to. Okay? If you want vape activists, vape advocates to appear and explain why we fight for our human right to health, here's a list for you to go and talk to. Please pick any one of them. Pick any one of the names listed in this little post. And once you talk to one of them, you're going to want to talk to all of them. Apologies to the numerous people out here that are watching this show. Apologies to the numerous deserving advocates out there who didn't get put on the list because of my fervorous typing of all this into a reply to this video I was hoping to go viral because it's 100% true.
Yeah.
We advocate to correct the public health messaging, which is now contributing per year to the deaths of 480,000 people across the United States, 76,600 people across UK, 47,000 people across Canada, 20,500 people across Australia, and the list goes on to the tune of 8 million smokers a year that are going to die because they haven't found vaping. What do they get wrong? What do these people get wrong besides the stuff that you already pointed out in this lovely documentary investigative report? How about the majority of medical professionals wrongly associate nicotine with birth defects and cancer and cardiovascular illness and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, otherwise known as COPD? 60% of nurses incorrectly perceive nicotine as being carcinogenic. 80.5% of doctors incorrectly think that nicotine will cause cancer. It doesn't. Meanwhile, the lifetime cancer risk from nicotine vaping, and it doesn't come from the nicotine, it comes from the flavorings that we use in small quantities inside of our e-liquid. This scientific study showed that it's going to be about 0.4% that of smoking cigarettes. 0.5%. And that's just the tip of the iceberg for public health consequences of paid fear-mongering organizations being the antithesis of public health needs. And as with all stories, there needs to be an evil villain responsible for all of this disastrous consequences. The traceable source. Follow the money. They tell every investigative journalist, follow the money and tell me who's paying for this crap. The source of the repeated funding to perpetuate and mislead and miseducate everyone in public. The self-licking ice cream cone, ensuring the perpetual crisis, followed by new cash infusion, followed by more fear, and then a next wave of cash infusion to cause more fear. And so forth and so on. Because you mentioned just one of those people, right? And there we go, Bloomberg's cash. Following through. You mentioned just one of those. Because here comes the plot twist. It's called philanthrocapitalism, or more like philanthrocolonialism, to colonize this oppressive world ideology. Regardless of the scientifically demonstrated disastrous consequences. Take a look at San Francisco. They banned vaping. Oh my God, they banned vaping. What happened? Cigarette smoking went up. Did your ban do public health any good? Or was it the opposite of what public health needed? I won't give away the plot, but there goes the money falling already because we already know who the $104.7 billion net worth person is. And all these people will be able to tell you who their little cohorts in crime are. It's the biggest world con job, contributing to more deaths per decade than died from casualties and war crimes during World War II. Just talk to any of the names above, and they will compel you to talk to all of them. And don't forget, while you're at it, to follow the money. Establishing and repeatedly refueling the self-licking ice cream cone.
Holy yeah. Here. Definitely.
You wonder why I'm so passionate about what I do? This is why. It's an abomination to public health. And then here we go. Our buddies, New York City, filing a federal lawsuit against the distributor of disposable flavored e-cigarettes, the most popular device for nicotine use among middle and high school youth. Not really. 1.9% of kids are trying it. And can you actually verify that it truly is 1.9% since it's so fucking low that the average anomaly in a scientific study is at least 5%? We can't get more accurate than that. The current rate is 1.9%. And that's a reason to remove our human right to access something that will alter our health outcomes for the rest of our lives?
It's like here in the UK, they're shooting themselves in the foot every time because obviously with all the crap going on with vaping, and then they've just splattered the news of how many people are dragging the NHS down, going in with lung complaints. Yes, smokers all going in the hospital with lung complaints, but yet vaping's the enemy of the state.
Yeah, they're blaming it on
Fuck
vaping.
off. Yeah.
Yeah,
People that
everybody
lung
thinks the
complaints
FDA is
because of
out to
smoking.
protect us, right? They're to keep everything safe, right? Meanwhile,
Bullshit.
when they had to crack down on this whole problem where people were taking Sudafed and tractor lighter fluid and creating the favorite drug of our hero in GTA, Trevor, and they banned it, and they made you sign your life away to buy a fucking box of this stuff that used to be available at every goddamn gas station for $1.50, so that if you got a cold and your sinuses are running like crazy, you could go buy a box of Sudafed for $1.50 at a gas station. You take one little tiniest red pill,
I'm speechless.
and it would clear you out for 4 hours. So they got rid of it. They had to do something else. Here, they sold this beautiful replacement, phenylephrine, as the active ingredient that was now allowed over the counter, right, to help you with your sniffles. And I don't know about you, but every time I took it, it didn't do jack shit. I would have been better off taking a sugar pill labeled a placebo than taking that thing. So finally, some scientists decided to do some studies and go, this shit doesn't do anything. You've been conning the American public, buying this thing for their nasal congestion, and it didn't do a fucking thing for any of them. Billions of dollars American consumers spent on buying this nasal congestion relief formula that was put into every cold and allergy medication that was out there and didn't do jack shit. So now they finally, reluctantly, had to pull it from the market because it doesn't do anything.
Yep. They've made the money, now they're fucked off.
And you wonder why we're so pissed about all this. Because we don't want this to happen here. 144th tobacconist firebombing in Australia. Just another shop up in flames. And sorry about the person that lived above the shop. They're now without a home and without any of their possessions because it all burned to the ground. Lung cancer is a deadly disease that affects almost 8,000 veterans per year. Yesterday was Veterans Day here in the States. You have a Memorial Day for all the veterans that are dead. You have Veterans Day for all the veterans that are still alive. So my salute to all you fellow veterans out there for Veterans Day. And with Trump being in office, well, the VA can change their tune on vaping and accept a scientifically proven way of quitting smoking. Can't change, public opinion, but you can sure take executive order to change the government's health authority and their stance on it. The best way to prevent lung cancer is to stop smoking, and the best way to stop smoking is to pick up a vape and use it every time before you even think of lighting a cigarette. Harm reduction works.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, William. Sunday was the day of remembrance for us. I think it was Armistice Day. Armistice Day was the ending of the First World War as well. We'll kind of have that.
Yeah. We each have our celebrations, and they might be on different days, but they all celebrate the same things in society because we value what our own citizens gave up so that we can have the opportunity to fight for free speech.
Yeah. But armistice was the 11th hour, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. We shall remember.
This, if this is what Trump did from the beginning, it was so against who he is, who we perceive him as. We perceive him as being this fucking made-for-TV politician, right? Jason Vapes, hello and welcome. We perceive him as being that. You know, if he would have presented his entire political campaign like this, the entire country would have been red. All of it. 100%.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us. America is a land of heroes. This is a place where greatness is born. Our ancestors settled the Wild West, lifted millions from poverty, disease, and hunger, vanquished tyranny and fascism, ushered the world to new heights of science and medicine, and we are making it greater than ever before. The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again. No matter the trials, no matter the challenges to come, we must keep freedom alive in our souls. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
It's time to unite the country.
Charisma.
It's time to unite the country and get behind the changes we all need to improve every single one of our lives.
He knows how to do it. We'll give him that.
That he does, and holy camole, we're already an hour into the news. I think it's time for us to get to the actual vape news and all the printed media that we normally shun away from. Because this is for you guys in the UK. In the moral panic over vaping, to protect the kids, we risk forgetting the fact that cigarettes kill 8 million people a year. Bans and taxes on the most popular and the most effective quit aid for giving up smoking could lead to a major health crisis, as cigarette smoking is going to fucking increase. Forget about the fact that the vape industry has already adapted to deal with the whole disposable situation, so people still have their disposable, but it's not disposable. You have a reusable battery and mod. You have a tank that you can swap out when it goes bad. You can refill the tank if the coil's not dead when this thing is empty. But the tax, £2.20 per 10 mils, has already shifted the vaping industry. Vupu, I saw if you watched Vic's What's Up, is going to take this bottle that if you go to a bargain bin shop, it'll be £5. If you go to an average vape shop, this might be 10 or 15 pounds. This will now, if it's $5, go to 27 pounds because 100 mils times 220 per 10 mil is an extra 22 pounds of tax.
The current price, it'll work out about 30 to 45 quid a bottle.
And the thing is, I never even calculated in VAT because we don't have VAT in this country. What's your VAT? Like 20% on top of that?
Yep.
So you take a 15-pound bottle of e-liquid that is now going to have 22 pounds of tax added to it. That's going to be 37 pounds plus 20% VAT. Another $8 on top of that is going to be 45 pounds for a 100 ml bottle.
Yep.
That is disastrous for public health. That is pure evil, inhibiting the opportunity that presents society from the greatest technological innovation this century. And we'll kill another 10,000 people a year if we let them do it. This needs to go away, and it needs to go away now. Fortunately, you have, 2 years before it goes into play to reverse course?
I think that's why it's been delayed, because I think they've partially done it as part of that fucking manifesto, whatever, for election campaign, because everybody's up in arms now, underage vape and blah, blah, blah. I think they've just done it as a people pleaser to have, just to please the people. And I think that 2 years grace is to find out more, because, like I said, again, in one of Vic's videos, he said some of these MPs have been seen in meetings or talking to representatives from the vaping industry as soon as that announcement was made. So there could be some kind of reprieve, but because he stated also that normally, which he's right, normally when the government is in states a tax, it normally comes in on January the 1st the following year. This tax is not coming in for another 2 years. Why? There's something, it's not set in concrete. There's something away with it.
Happy hippies like pounds of $40 weed. I'll take some pounds of $40 weed.
I think that's what everybody's going to end up doing. I'll get on the weed.
Meanwhile, once they legalize weed in the UK, there won't be any tax on that. Because they know that they're gonna create so much economic activity in the people buying food after their little hungry fixes that they don't need to tax the weed. They want people to smoke the weed.
You can just see the supermarkets now with the advertising. Cheap munchies here.
And the biggest farce of this whole fucking thing, like everything else when you're talking about vaping, these disposables, right? They were saying it's bad for the environment. Do you know that there's already regulations in place in the UK that require the shops to recycle these things? And that shops are at risk of a 5,000 pound fine if they do not recycle the products that they sell that customers bring back to them? Why are you making new laws when all you got to do is enforce the ones that are already on the fucking books?
Why are they highlighting all these laws after they're going to ban them? It's too little too fucking late.
It is. But you're getting ready to have the first reading of the Tobacco and Vapes bill, so we'll get to find out what is actually printed in the law. Your King's Speech already outlined what's fucking happening. And we'll see if it resembles New Zealand's approach or if it is actually going to cause more people to take up smoking. And if you're looking for the Royal College of Physicians to stand up against this bill, you're sadly mistaken, because they're in full support of this bill to eradicate tobacco and curb the rising levels of youth vaping. Despite the fact that the harm cannot exceed 5% that of cigarette smoking, they're still in favor of banning vaping.
I think just everybody's
that
just
I thought was
all
shocking.
aboard the same train.
That I thought was shocking. Meanwhile, this doesn't fucking surprise anybody. Pub gardens aren't going to be part of this smoking ban. It's been dropped from the government's plans.
Yes, because the fucking entertainment industry done fucking complained and they've done a U-turn on it. So how come they can listen to them and not listen to the fucking vaping industry? It's
because
fucking,
you aren't standing up and you're calling your fucking MP and saying, motherfucker, you want me to go back to smoking? Are you trying to kill me? Call them up and tell them what you think.
Definitely.
And they'll do a 180 on your tax.
I think it's going out for consultation as well, to be honest with you. I'm positive something is. I'm sure they're going to have another
Well,
consultation.
that's the normal
paper on
course
something.
of enacting legislation. It's the same thing here. When the FDA goes to implement a new regulation, they put it out for a public comment hearing. Doesn't mean they're going to listen to what you say. Doesn't mean they're not going to use it against you.
Oh, hell no.
Meanwhile, there's this licensing scheme that we talked about. Are they going to pull vapes completely separate from tobacco? So if you want to sell tobacco, you have to have a tobacco license. You want to sell vape, you have to have a vape license. And they're separate licenses. And you can't sell one if you don't have the appropriate license to go with it.
That's what I was stating before. You need a separate license because while they've got vapes as a tobacco product, your current tobacco license covers you to sell that tobacco product. So they're going to have to move it out of that tobacco product if they want to license it.
Listen, I honestly think that the only reason they're enacting this whole freaking licensing thing is so that they can go after the bad actors. You still have bad actors that are in place right now. You talk about your neighbor corner shop that lives right around the block from you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Those are the
Illegal
people
vapes
that
and
need to be-
cigarettes worth 1.6 million pounds have been seized thanks to our canine buddies out there sniffing tobacco.
That's what everybody in the vape industry here is being crying out for, a licensing scheme. Get the laws in and enforce the laws. It's not rocket science. You know what I mean?
Or you're going to end up like Canada. You're going to end up like Quebec. 1 year ago, they banned flavored vaping. Has anything changed in Quebec?
Nope.
Well, legal vape shops have, slowly withered away and dried up because you can't survive off of just tobacco, mint, and menthol. But other than that,
It's been 1 year.
That's an appropriate advert, isn't it? Scams, your whole government's a fucking scam.
And look, I'm turning the volume off.
Years since the province of Quebec banned the sale
And it
of
doesn't turn
flavored
it
vapes.
off.
Vape rights groups
You've
and
got to do the
anti-tobacco
sound source coming,
coalitions
I'm
are
telling
agreeing
you.
on one thing, is that the province bit off way more than it can chew. The province had banned the sale for flavored vapes, but anti-tobacco groups say they're still easy to find. They say the regulations aren't always enforced.
Consumers will be alerted to the fact that it's like a fruity or banned flavor. There'll be an element of color, a little red band to remind people that it's cherry or strawberry, orange to remind them that it's mango, for example.
Do you think people not know when they look at a bottle that says fruity cherry flavor that it's fruity cherry flavor? How dumb do you think the public is?
Dukas says consumers can still order vapes online from outside Quebec, and that vapes are sent from Ontario and are ending up in select stores. There are also other loopholes, like purchasing flavor additives separately and mixing it into unflavored vapes.
Aww. You can DIY your own e-liquid?
That's opened a can of worms, hasn't it?
Gee. That's such a crying shame. Man, your prohibition really fucking worked, didn't it?
She says regulations should be modified to not only target the product, but also the manufacturers and distributors.
Who sells vapes? Who's transporting vapes?
You did. You should go to jail. It would do all of us a bit of good.
All these kind of measures that we have for conventional tobacco, but we haven't modernized the frame.
This isn't conventional tobacco. There's nothing to modernize. There's no harm. If there's no harm, why are you prohibiting it?
Framework to identify the key players in the industry in Quebec.
Oh, they need to identify the key players. Here we go, the shell game, just like it is for the drug war. You take out one corner dealer, guess what? The next fucking morning, there's 2 brand new dealers on the opposite corners.
Exactly.
And when you take them out, there'll be 2 more the next day. As long as there's money to be made in it, because the people want it, well, your prohibition ain't doing jack shit, except making the problem worse. You get the gist of it.
These 2 words. You need to understand these 2 words, dear. Supply and demand. It always wins.
Supply and demand. Just like, these online media agencies, especially the ones in Australia that think that they can milk a fucking penny from every person that reads any one of their articles, in addition to the 15,000 ads that they place on there that you can't skip over, you can't mute, you can't turn off. They refuse to show you anything after you Google searched it because, well, they got that right in law. They passed the law. And now you're forced to either pay for the content if you actually want to read the article, or they just give you the headline and leave you with the headline. So let me tell you about a little headline from the Sydney Morning Herald that talks about data being supplied to their senators, revealing that about 1 million Australians are vaping right now as we speak. And despite the fact that they legalize vaping and remove the prescription and let pharmacies sell it, let these chemists sell vaping products, would you be surprised to find out that last month, all the chemists in all of Australia only sold 3,500 vaping products last month for 1 million vapers. Numbers just don't quite add up, do they?
Yeah, they don't, do they?
Just don't understand.
While the pharmaceutical and the government made the sales or profits from 3,500 vapes, some fucker others make an absolute fortune.
999,000 people said, fuck you and your legal vapes. I'm going to go buy it from wherever I can get it.
Exactly.
And the cartels are like, no, I got to stop the people from going over to Jimmy's fucking tobacco shop to buy his tobacco. They need to come to my shop and buy mine. And since it's illegal, we're just going to blow them up.
Yep.
And now the cops are like, oh, man, what the fuck is all this organized crime? We take one down, another fucking one shows up in its place. It's like the mob bosses. We take down one mob boss, we find out that there's 6 more. So we take them down, and we find out there's 20 more above them. Isn't it supposed to work the other way? Aren't we supposed to whittle our way down to one King Tut at the top? Not find out about 6 more cartels?
It's going to be like, they're going to be named, aren't they? Like, the Vupu cartel moved into the Innikin cartel. The Innikin cartel took out the VK cartel.
And now you've got this brand new SVOPP. Are you down with OPP? Brand new vape.
New kids on the block, the OVP cartel, are taking out every fucking cartel.
And then, 5 years down the road when they take down this company, they come to realize it was the same company we took down the first time we took somebody out, but it was launched under a new name, new management, same supply chain. We just eliminated the one guy that got busted. That's all. So our control doesn't actually control jack shit.
Hell no. That's just, honestly, they're just pissing in the wind. It's just, honestly, they're just pissing in the fucking wind.
They're pissing in the wind and celebrating it. They're pissing in the wind and celebrating it on fucking local TV. South Australia police crack down on illegal tobacco. Holy moly!
South Australia's crackdown on illegal tobacco trade is intensifying. Operation Eclipse detectives have raided 17 stores, seizing close to 500 cartons of cigarettes, loose tobacco and vapes. The haul has an estimated worth of around $250,000. The action is also aimed at curbing the organised crime war.
We are determined.
So let me get this straight. There's a million vapers out there, and they're bragging about confiscating $250,000 worth of products.
500 cartons of cigarettes. Oh. Meanwhile, there's a fucking million just went over the border fucking half an hour away. You fucking idiots. What?
To ensure that South Australia is the most hostile environment for organised crime groups who are seeking to sell illegal tobacco or move it throughout our state.
Wait. Guess what, mate? You just fell for the decoy. There's half a fucking million went over the fucking border 10 miles down the road, you dick. What?
Yeah.
Why are these people so fucking stupid?
Because they're making a living at it. It's their career.
500 cartons, you fucker. Here, I could send about 10 people abroad and bring more than that back.
Listen, they banned guns. They banned guns. And we talk about this before in the UK, right? You guys can't go buy guns. You're jealous of the fact that I can go into the next room and I can bring out half a dozen guns right now, right? So, did it get rid of the crime? Did it get rid of the gun crime? No, it's just been replaced by knife crime. So what are they going to do now? We're going to ban knives.
Oh, my God.
Minors are banned from buying knives. Minors are banned from tobacco. Minors are banned from buying cell phones. Minors are banned from getting on social media. Minors, just ban minors in Australia. Let them go into a population collapse, free fall of their population by banning minors. You're not allowed to have kids in Australia. Problem solved.
At the end of the day, the laws are there in place that make it illegal for the minors to buy their shit anyway.
It didn't work, so now we're going to ban it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like they banned vaping 3 times now. And now that even when they legalize it, they didn't legalize it because they gave it to be legally sold in places that don't want to sell it.
It's down to enforcing it because your governments have stripped and stretched all your law enforcement agencies, all your border controls, all your fucking... They've stripped them to the bare bones so they can't deal with what's going on because they haven't got the bodies to do it. That's half the friggin' battle to start.
It's the same way here, mate. The FDA banned all these PMTAs, millions and millions of PMTAs. They banned them. Did it stop the stuff from coming into the country? Fuck no, because we've got dozens and dozens of ports that every single day get thousands and thousands of deliveries and containers, shipping containers, and they might inspect 0.1% of them. So the other 99.9% of them come through scot-free.
Yeah, because you haven't got the staff to do it. They can only inspect so much. They can't do it all.
They'll never be able to do it all. So why do they have to try this bans anyway? We know it's going to fail. What is going on down here? Come on now. I changed one screen to a 4K screen, and now all of a sudden the computer still can't handle it all? I don't understand. Anyway, down in Mexico, they're not able to actually ban it because their Supreme Court says, your import ban is unconstitutional.
That's the biggest drug-producing country in the fucking...
No vape ban in Mexico. It's unconstitutional. Sorry.
Hell no. We can put some of our drugs in that shit. You're not banning that.
What do you think we've been shipping all the cocaine in?
Oh god, we've been hollowing out the batteries and stuffing it with coke.
Man, that's the one thing I love about playing Ghost Recon Wildlands. You know, you're talking about Bolivia back then, and they're talking about one of the scenes that they have on there that they talk about. Listen, well, we got the perfect way for us to smuggle our coke out of the country. Here's what we're going to do, mate. We're going to hollow out the potatoes, and we'll stuff the cocaine in the potatoes, right? And then when we get them to the destination, they can pull the cocaine out, and then we can take the potato shells that we hide all the coke in, and we can make the best French fries in the whole damn world.
A little appetizer before you take your drug. Oh, very nice.
And for those of you in the Philippines, you're not left out of this whole conversation because your Internal Revenue Service just caught 506 illicit vape sellers in October that weren't paying their tax. Non-payment of excise tax, lack of internal revenue stamps on products, and lack of registration of the vaping products for sale are the common violations of illicit vape retailers and resellers.
Yeah, they're not the only ones, are they? And they're not the only country. We've got plenty of them here.
They don't give a shit about people vaping. They care about their tax money.
Yeah.
That's what it all boils down to.
It's quality, that, man. I love stuff like that. Brilliant.
All right, now we're going to jump onto the other side of the world. We're going to jump over to just outside of Europe there. We're going to take a look at Kyrgyzstan. They got a vape ban in place. Clean lungs or dirty lobbying? Oh, did somebody lobby to get their rights back after you stole it from them in the first place and realize your prohibitions and bans don't fucking work? Banning domestic vape sales while preserving manufacturing for export may simply serve to expand the shadow market and line the pockets of customs officials who are willing to take a blind eye to illegal, illicit products.
I can well imagine that, like.
Aww. Your prohibition doesn't work, does it?
Well, when you think about it, in some countries, the drug dealers could probably pay off these type of people to say, here, you just there's a few fucking grand there, just let that container go through, and I'll see you're all right.
You want us to pay you in product? Pick your illicit substance, and we'll supply it to you instead of the cash. Or if you want cash, we got plenty of that too.
Exactly.
Saves us from having to launder that cash later on if we just pay it to you.
Exactly. Means we come and get it back.
And now we're going over to Taipei. Committee to establish an anti-vaping platform with a focus on schools. Got to keep our pedophiles happy. E-cigarettes are being unlawfully sold online, but the Minister of Digital Affairs has ignored the problem. It's not a problem.
What was that?
What problem are you talking about? Huh?
What was that? What kind of name was that? I thought that said whack me ling for a minute. Whack me ling.
Wan Mi Ling, the KMT lawmaker, said. The legislature's Education and Cultural Committee yesterday said that it would establish an interministerial anti-vaping platform within 1 month after a report showed that there's about 80,000 teenagers who vape in Taiwan.
Well, let's face it, everything's fucking made in Taiwan.
What harm will befall these children if they take up this as a habit? There's no science to show that. Meanwhile, here in Pittsburgh, police investigate armed robbery of an Oakland vape shop.
Oh.
After we watch the commercial, we'll check it out.
It's commercially uncommercial.
Pause. Go to the beginning so I can turn the volume on. And then I can go full screen so the lovely people can watch this.
This was the scene at Cloud9 Vape on North. Also breaking, police say 4 boys broke into a vape shop in Oakland. This was the scene at Cloud9 Vape on North Craig Street just after 7. Police say the 4 juveniles stole a small amount of product before running off.
Oh, you banned it. You created all these new laws. And guess what happened? They weren't able to access it. There was no illicit shops that were selling it, so we just smash and grab. We still got our product. Kids don't care about the laws. I wonder if this is happening anywhere else. Is this happening anywhere else? 3 arrested after break-in reported and Cinston vape shop. Oh, really? What a bummer. Oh, obligatory advertisement before we're allowed to see our video.
Good old adverts, eh?
Yeah. Join AARP.org today.
No, thank you.
That's why I vape, so I can become a retired person one day.
Exactly.
Look at that. They changed the volume from this side to this side.
Newsroom, 3 people have been arrested following multiple reported break-ins at a tobacco and vape store in Shinnston. Shinnston Police Chief John Harbert tells 12 News officers were called just before 10:30 this morning to the Prince Tobacco and Vape on South Pike Street. During their investigation, Harbert said his department learned that 56-year-old Thomas Gwynn and 54-year-old Robert Watson, both of Shinnston, had broken into the store this morning. Harbert says the pair also broke into the store last Wednesday along with 38.
Only in the
Look
US
at how much a pack of cigarettes are. What the hell?
That's what I'm saying, though. Only in the US can you have a drive-through vape shop. That'd be class.
Only in the vape shop would people our age break into a vape shop so they didn't have to go and buy a $4 pack of cigarettes. Because they didn't want to die from their nicotine consumption.
Exactly. Holy moly.
Even here in Pennsylvania, you're talking like $10 for a pack of smokes. No wonder they broke in the vape shop.
Last Wednesday, along with 38-year-old Erica Steyer, also of Shinnston. No word at this hour if the trio stole any items. All 3, though, have been charged with breaking and entering into a business.
Aw. Breaking and entering into a business. This reminds me of the ethics class I had to take when I was going to get my degrees. And they said they talked about this story of a father who broke into a pharmacy to get the medication for his sick child. And whether he was actually guilty or not.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
Meanwhile, the situation's not worse, not bad enough. So New York has got to, sue the manufacturer and the distributor that is responsible for supplying vape shops with products.
Oh, God.
City sues Long Island distributor and crackdown on illegal vape sales. We can't have people living longer. Sorry, that's not allowed.
Hell no.
All right. Enough of the news. I remember telling you guys the story about this e-bike powered by disposable vape batteries, right? And this is making a lot of freaking hay. I was kind of surprised. But there's the disposable vape batteries powering an e-bike, and here's published in Hackaday. And there's the lovely 3D printed holster for all them recycled vape batteries.
That's a brilliant idea, though.
So that they can, power their e-bike with disposable vape batteries. There's nothing wrong with them. They've only been charged like 4 or 5 times. And now the vape's dead. These batteries are perfectly brand new for all intents and purposes. So let's, power our e-bike with it.
There's
a whole YouTube video you can watch on it and everything.
Vape products. Yep, another perfect example of recycling vape products. It's not the end of the world, you know what I mean?
You didn't need to ban it. Just tell the e-bike people to go and recycle them.
Exactly. Even your local councils just say, look, there you go, there's the thing. You take the batteries out and go and sell them to e-bike companies. They'll probably make money out of it.
Someone powered their e-bike using disposable vape batteries, and the results are seriously impressive.
He went from 5-watt power to fucking 50-watt power.
Yeah! And I'm telling you, it's not like this was just like one random thing. I found this so many different times and so many different people talking about this.
There's loads of different people done it.
Not my email address at anonymous.com. There you go.
Oh, my God.
Go away. Go away. Please, please, folks, don't try this at home. British bloke powers e-bike with discarded vape batteries and does 20 miles on it without barely any pedaling.
Awesome. It's a win-win. You're recycling and you're green. You're using green energy. You know what I mean? What more could you want? Why do they
At the end of the day, a battery is a battery. And with enough of them, you can power your bike to roam the world for free.
So are they going to make a hoo-ha when they come to recycle electric car batteries? Are they, oh shit, we've recycled car batteries to power another car. Come on. Really? Just because somebody's used the brain and a bit of, common, you get penalised for that. It's a load of shit, man.
They're using recycled disposable batteries in the Ukraine for battery packs to recharge phones and run drones.
Exactly.
In the war-torn country of Ukraine.
And they're also screaming that there's like a lithium shortage, so why don't they promote people to dispose of the lithium batteries in a tip or whatever? No, they don't. They don't. No. Can't be doing that.
Because they can't actually solve real problems with real solutions. What are they going to do next week? If they implement simple solutions, what the fuck are they going to do next month? Crisis solved. Economy's booming. People are happy. Nobody's lives are made miserable by propaganda that is actually the antithesis of public health.
Exactly. Just these idiot pen pushers in these offices that sit there and just write down shit and go, oh, we'll try that, or oh, we'll implement that, or oh, we'll do that, without even thinking about it. You know what I mean? Holy moly, man.
You know what the problem is? I'll tell you exactly what the problem is. If they solve all those things using simple solutions you and I can come up with in the course of, a couple minutes, who's going to be drinking? They won't have any problems to drink for.
Exactly.
So in honor of that, it's time for a flavor explosion. ready for the drop. Up for your entertainment today, not because I want to get smashed or anything. I have a beautiful bottle of Old Smoky Moonshine. This is some eggnog moonshine. And as you cannot clearly see in that little tiny writing right there on the bottle, this little 50 ml bottle is like 80 proof. 40% alcohol? No. It's a liqueur. Can't be that much. How much is this? Well, you can definitely smell a little bit of alcohol coming off of that. Smell some creamy notes. Let's see what this tastes like. My mate's taking a little loo break, so I had to pull out an extra one.
Oh. That was long.
Hey, that's really good. There you go, mate. Look at that.
Ooh,
Old Smoky Moonshine.
Moonshine.
Eggnog.
Moonshine, yes.
Eggnog moonshine.
Holy moly. I like it. Bit of moonshine, you can't beat that magic word. Moonshine.
That'll grow some hair on your chest. Especially for an eggnog.
I bet it does.
So I need something to chase that with. I'm going to go old, boring Arnold Palmer Spiked Original. Half iced tea, half lemonade. Contains alcohol and 5% alcohol by volume. What you got, mate?
I've tried something totally different today. And for an effect, right? I'm going to do an effect here. Watch this. Make it look cool. There you go. That looks cool, doesn't it?
What on earth is that? Besides the rainstorm.
That is... it's called Cruz Campo. You can read that there. Cruz Campo from, I'd imagine that's from Seville, which is a Spanish lager. It is a pint can. It is 4.4% by volume. And yeah, it's... Ooh. Water, malted barley, glucose syrup, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Details, blah, blah, blah. The usual stuff. And it's brewed in Amsterdam by the looks of it. So there you go. It's a Spanish lager, so we'll have a go at this, eh?
Neil Pitt says that they make a moon pie moonshine now.
Ooh. It was established in 1904, this company, so yeah, we'll have a go at it. Chin chin, sir. Cheers up.
Cheers.
Ooh. Ooh, that's very nice.
Crisp and refreshing and sweet. The perfect blend of lemonade and iced tea.
You can
I could
tell
drink this all the time.
that is. You can tell that's malted barley. It's just got that taste. Ooh.
Really?
Oh, that's so nice. I'm quite impressed with that. I mean, bearing in mind it was still £7 for 4 pint cans, which is a reasonable price, but yeah, very nice. Oh, very nice.
So I showed you my hand checks earlier, including, the original Odin, which I'm jacked off. The coils are only lasting like 3 or 4 days.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not good.
And that's what this Water Malone. 3 or 4 days, that's it. And then they look like crap, all black. And I've not touched this one since this morning because I don't know what I did with my Vape Tages lemonade. That's what I had this filled with.
Nice.
Here's the Chillin that I got sent. I'm still chuffing on that. I've been chuffing on that all week. That whole bottle of pink lemonade is almost gone. Because of this Chillin. No leaking whatsoever. So I must have wicked it right.
Well, it did come highly recommended, I must say.
That is fucking delicious. I love it.
It's an awesome little kit.
But right before the show, I looked at it. I'm like, oh, I only got like 2 mils, maybe half a mil, maybe 1 mil of e-liquid left in that tank. I don't know where the bottle is to refill it. So I had to hold it off until we got to the hand checks. What are you vaping on? You got anything
I'm
handy
still on
there?
the Blaze Max. The Blaze Max, I'm still vaping on that, and I'm on my G-Class V2.
Ooh.
Which is very nice. I'm also still using these little disposable pods, these drips. Still got one of them.
Still loving them.
That's still going. Yeah, that's still going on me little SX Mini, 50 watts, same coil as last week. I've been chuffing quite regularly. It's still got plenty flavour in it. So
I always love those integrated
really
drip
good
tips
idea.
into the top of your tank. The Mongrel's
Yeah.
glass top is the only one I've had that's really like that. Boy, does that feel comfortable in the mouth.
And I've got the Centaurus with still got the Wasp Nano RG on top of that. With that Hulk's green blood. And when I've been out and about at work, I've still been chupping on the old I Love VG disposable. It's spot on for work. I can have a secret little chup and not upset anybody, so to speak.
Bloody
pretty much it.
fantastic. And my favorite one this week has been this Hell Vape Solo 2. Delicious.
I mean, these guys, these guys max out at 50 watts, so that's probably why they're lasting so long. You're not burning them out, you're not overheating them. 50 watts. I've still got the same battery in from last week, which is a
Single coil. It's supposed to read 0.38. It's reading 0.33. And the flavor is phenomenal. You can't go above 50 watts with this thing. The one time I did because I was carrying a bunch of stuff upstairs in this Smock Arc Fox tank. When I carry them up, I had it cranked up to 230 watts. It took a drag right off the bat. As soon as I got up here, I'm like, oh, what the hell happened there? Didn't kill the coil.
That's not good.
But you can't vape on it a high thing for any length of time. 40 watts is perfectly fine for this 0.33 coil.
Yeah, see, this is
And it's a
absolutely bang on
crackler.
this, and I'm still on the same battery.
That coil is a crackling coil.
I mean, the coils in this are 0.15s, and it's, 50 watts. 40 to 50 watts, and I reckon 50 watts is the peak, and it is lovely. 50 watts, delicious.
Freaking delicious.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right, we still got a couple left hand checks left over on our post from Grim Green asking people if they're still using real mods and tanks, despite Voopoo not wanting to make any new products that are dual battery box mod based. There are people out there that's what we use, so I guess we're not going to be buying any more Voopoo stuff because they don't want to make our products that we use. Finally found something that makes the Sub-Tank Plus look small. Love those old cool pen style mods. Yeah, look. I still got this one.
Cool, yeah.
That's that mouth to lung
kinda
tank
miss
from
them
Hellvape.
ones.
The Dead Rabbit mouth to lung 2 or 3 or whatever it was. That's filled with that same pink lemonade. And it's delicious in a mouth to lung tank. Boy, does that thing look beautiful on top of that Atlantis CF mod. And you can't adjust the wattage on this. This is set. You just pop it on and it works.
Yeah, I've noticed that, William.
Beautiful.
Steam Crew have brought out the Titan V2 mod.
I got that. I don't have the tank. I have that in the hand check section. Saved. I need to get my hands on one of them. Do these count? James R. And a few pods, too. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Nice.
Rog posted his. I got a few more below. Might be guilty of vaping.
Oh, vertical coils. Wow.
Og Vape Intake Dual.
I've never seen them for years, vertical coils.
Look at that one.
Wow.
Michael Redfern, how am I doing with my geek vape?
Yeah, very nice.
Ain't that beautiful? Come on now.
Absolutely lovely setup.
Repost. These are mine from Nova Scotia Live. I've been told I'm seriously old school. There's a lady at a local notary shop around here. I do all their tech stuff, their computer stuff, and build new computers for them and stuff. She vapes using the very same setup.
Really?
Classic little tiny modern tank. She loves it.
Nothing wrong with that.
12 milligram. Whatever keeps you away from cigarettes, it's a win. And then we've got the Guar 21 with the Brunhilde RDTA. I think that qualifies as a classic dual battery box mod setup. Hell yeah. Stainless steel wire wicks. I'm surprised they did not come out with more of them.
Exactly.
It's gorgeous.
Awesome bit of kit that, like that Boone. I love it.
Yeah, because it's stainless steel wire works, they're never going to go bad.
Yeah.
4 comments here for our hand checks. William Dobson. One of the misses setups with the Voltrol RBA extra button set and a drip tip and clear panels, total around 400 pounds. Yet, I get told of for spending just 50 pounds.
Well, one rule.
Ain't that a reality, mate? The old lady went to a concert, right? She went to a local concert, right? And listened to an artist there the whole evening. And playing for the bar food and everything there. And while she was there, she got the artist to sign her leg, right? She came home and was like so excited that the artist signed her leg that she had to go and get that signature tattooed onto her leg, right? Total cost for her concert and the tattoo is probably $500, right? I went to her the next day and was like, hey, this monitor is like $130 monitor. It's on sale for like $60. Can I get it? Well, yeah, I suppose. What?
Yeah.
You just spent $500, $600 for a concert and a tattoo from the artist signing your leg, and I asked you for $60 and you think about it? As long as I do your laundry, I can do it? What? Not quite even distribution there. But I'm not going to say
That's
nothing.
how it works, mate. That's how it works.
Dad jokes. Billy and Pitts posted, if people make you sick, maybe you should just cook them longer. In the USA, we have the right to remain silent, but few have the ability to do so.
You've got an email, mate, of Dusty Country Road.
Okay. Black coffee, white coffee, frothy coffee, milky coffee, miniature coffee. They're not espressos, they're coffees. Espresso's a miniature coffee, latte's a milky coffee, cappuccino's a frothy coffee. A flat white is just white coffee. It's actually just coffee with milk. An Americano is straight up black coffee. And if I go in my thing, because I sent Dusty Country Road those 2 Hell Vape tanks.
It's not coffee.
He sent me a picture of them. Why are you opening in paint? I changed you to photos. You change yourself back. Anyway. Here's Dusty and the missus with their new setups.
Wow.
Yeah. The mouth to lung tank.
Very nice colour matchy.
I kept one for
Bit of
myself.
matchy.
And since I know his wife is a mouth to lung vapor, I sent him one for his old lady, and I have a beautiful Hell Vape tank here that he got to pair up with his Geek Vape.
Awesome.
Nice.
Well, you're happy.
And there's what I was talking about. The brand new Steam Crave Titan V2 mod. V1 next to the V2. Look how much more compact it is. They got rid of the spinny wheel.
See, I don't know how they can call that the V1 and V2 when there's already one out before that as well. I've got the original Titan.
That's right. So you got the V1, the V1.5, and the V2.
I never upgraded that silver one because I didn't like that dial on the side. It looks like a fucking cowboy spur. It looks hideous.
Oh, that's why I loved it.
The other one, I didn't like it. On the other one, it was just a plain nut. It was so the original was just a plain nut. It was mint. I just think it looks hideous. The new one, on the other hand,
I believe it does have a DNA chip.
Fat clutch. Yeah.
And folks, don't forget about your lovely soldering irons. Send me a picture of your soldering irons if you got soldering irons. We'll include them in the show. Because there's my hand check. I'm back to loving my LED. Where is she? She's in the bedroom. That's where she's at. She ain't here on my desk. Oh no, Max is solo. She's here. And I got the LEDs turned off. My wife thinks it's so freaking annoying. I come to bed and it lights up like that. So I'm like, okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Settings. LED. On. We're off.
Oh no. Me.
Oh yeah.
Turn them off. Oh, make me.
Beautiful.
Turn that off. Holy shit, man. Look at that. There's no need.
Yes. Yes. Love it, love it, love it.
Hell no.
Uh-oh, I just closed the window.
No, man.
All right. Let's go check my email. See what I got. I think that's the one he was talking about. Dusty, was that the one you were talking about, or did you send me another email?
I'm not sure. Might be.
$37 unread emails.
Oh my
Nicotine
God.
Science and Policy. Hippie Vapes published a new recipe. Advocate for Liberty published a couple recipes. ELR forum updates.
Dusty said that was the picture, mate. That was it.
Loved it, loved it, loved it. Enjoy not smoking. That's my reply to everybody I send stuff to.
Brilliant.
Bonus. And I need to get back to the people that were like, when you publishing your review, we sent you that product like a month ago. Listen, I'm not like other reviewers. I don't just open it up and review it and then, use it for a day and then review my final thoughts and publish it. I actually test these things.
Gotta be tested.
The Hell Vape Fat Rabbit Solo, I've legit put 3 different kinds of coils in it. I legit put a 4mm coil. I used the original coil that's in it. I've used 2.5mm dual coils in there and used them. And it's like, that takes time. I want at least one of the set of coils to go bad before I swap it out for the next one. Because I want to test them to see, is it a shorter lifespan than other tanks, or is it a longer lifespan? Or is it all about the same? And if it takes 5 or 6 days for them to go bad, then that's how long it takes. I can't change that.
Exactly.
But there will be a review published, and it will be a thorough, comprehensive review like all my other ones.
And that's what we like, man.
If you want, first impressions video published, I could do that too. Just record it and upload it. No music, no nothing, no edits, no cuts. There you go.
Exactly.
Whatever you want. As long as I can stay honest about my things. That's the way it goes. All right. Well, since we started with the dad jokes, I think it's time for us to roll the dad jokes bumper and really get into it.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery. Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds. And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time! Here's a real selfie.
Oh, God, he's starting with the scraping the barrel already. Dear me.
Hey. Have you seen a Canadian crime scene? That's a double homicide. Tim Hortons cup laying on the ground. Somebody spilled their coffee here. That's a serious crime in Canada. Meanwhile, a buddy of mine in Cleveland took this picture in his front yard. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He said there was 9. I only see 8. Did we miss one? Oh, look at this one all the way back here. 9 deer
baby
in their front yard. And you wonder why people are allowed to go and hunt them. He lives in a residential area.
That's so cool. Bit of venison. Not wrong with a bit of venison.
Yeah. Hey, foxes are just cat software running on dog hardware. Convince me otherwise.
Oh, the lovely foxes, mate.
You know whatever happened to this beast?
Oh.
Tell me, you can hear that picture. After the show was canceled, they hauled this back to the manufacturer to strip all the customization off of this aircraft. It spent the rest of its life being an air helicopter. An air ambulance helicopter.
Really?
Yep.
That's cool.
The most expensive overnight stays by country. Here we have Italy. Here we have Norway. And the United States.
A hospital bed.
A hospital bed is the most expensive overnight stay in the United States.
Not bad.
Thermometers are just speedometers for atoms. Convince me otherwise.
Well,
listen, they want to ban vaping, right? Because we're ruining the environment, right? With our secondhand vape, right? I say we ban coming out parties, reveal parties, gender reveal parties are bad for the environment. We need to ban them. You're not allowed to reveal the gender of your baby until it gets here. Because you're ruining the environment. Look at all that smoke.
Aerosols.
Pink smoke. Measure that particulate matter, buddy.
And it's in an aerosol as well.
This is so good. It's cheap too. Drink more coffee. Before they ban it. Hey man, this button doesn't work. I keep pressing it and I'm still in my car, not on a cruise.
Oh, God. I wishful thinking.
I can't catch a break. I can't catch a squirrel. I can't catch the little red dot.
Typical cat thing.
Hey, I just want to get rich the way y'all get pregnant. Unplanned and fast. Is that too much to ask?
Plan.
The poor girl is out of eggs. Oh, she's just got henopause. Hey, what are you watching? You know, it's one of those shows where they flip houses.
Oh God, we're in the gutter now, not the barrel.
Oh, this is me and my wife. We got to get a bigger bed. What? So we can get more dogs? Okay, let's go.
Yeah, that'll be right.
Don't be silly. There's no monsters under your bed. Now go to sleep.
Cookie monster.
What a load of... You suck. Blow me.
Oh, jeez.
Is this your wife, too? All right, Trixie. It's been 15 minutes. I've got chores to go do. I think you've had enough love for now. But, Mommy, there's no such thing as enough love. Keep rubbing my belly. Please.
Typical dog.
I hope they don't sit here. They always try to set me off.
Oh, God. Oh, dear.
Let's just say he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not supposed to be, you moron! How do you know if you can trust someone? Well, if it barks or purrs, it's 100% good and reliable.
That's so true.
Google would like permission to use your location. Google? Know where I'm at?
Look at... Since when have they asked you permission?
Yeah, really, ain't that the truth? New scent? Uh-huh. I like it. Good choice. Dad's wearing a new cologne? No, a new brand of mustache and joint rub.
Muscle and joint rub.
I made a cup of cocoa, dear. He's over here. Those are the presents.
Oh, dear me.
Stop looking at me like that with that iron. You're not taking my wrinkles out.
Come here. Come here.
Lord, protect Patty from that special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun. Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
The sesame
The
bun.
story of the holy cow. Cool! Cool! Where'd you find that drink stir?
Oh.
Gotta keep the bedroom
dear.
door closed at night so they don't go and get a drink at 2 o'clock in the morning and then wake us up at 4 o'clock in the morning because they have to go pee.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they have no problem spending 12 hours during the day when she's at work sleeping.
That's the thing, the same with this little bugger here.
Look, you know as well as I do that yelling won't do any good if you didn't catch it in the act.
Right in the bin.
Maggie keeps knocking the garbage can over in the kitchen like we don't feed her or anything. Her nose constantly gets her in trouble. And when the insurance company wants a diagram of the accident, how it happened.
Ah!
Oh, crap. Was that today?
Oh, it was off. You're fucked.
First, he warms our bowl. Now he's feeding us. And you thought he wasn't friendly. Excuse me. I ordered a dozen bees, but you gave me 13. Well, that's just a freebie. She's a keeper.
It's a freebie car.
That license plate sounds like one hell of a good date.
Hell yeah.
If that calls for me, I'm not here. How many of you do that in a pub?
Yeah. I'm not here. You've never seen us.
It's something about a speed limit that don't sit right with my foot. I have a surprise for you under the covers tonight.
The dog.
The dog.
Hell yeah.
Kissing booth. Peace, love, and pitbulls.org.
Aw.
Kissing booth.
Oh, I would kiss them. They're gorgeous.
Aren't they all?
Fellas. Gorgeous.
Okay. Have you tried barking incessantly at the door until they finally let you out? I don't think it's going to work, mate.
Don't. I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah. She dragged me to some dumbass holiday play. I forgot what the fuck it was called. Something like the Ball Buster. It was the Nutcracker.
Nutcracker.
Do not consume if seal is broken. Huh?
That's a good argument.
Where's Dasher? He got a new gig. He's a door dasher.
Oh, God. The...
My plan for today, same as always. Drink beer and be sexy.
A good plan.
You're not the boss of me, I say as I let the dog in and out 17 times in a row and get nothing accomplished today.
That's so true.
I hate standing in line so long just to get into the club.
Oh, fucking hell.
Be careful!
Holy
Be
boy.
careful there. It might be an online scam.
Holy fuck.
And then I heard a loud bang, and when I turned back, he was gone. Is that the YouTube censorship that got Vaping Fagan's channel completely removed from YouTube? Like it never existed? Seriously,
Exactly.
he's gone. I just saw it right before we started the show. He announced on his second channel. Vaping Fagan channel is gone. Gone.
He got his third strike. Third strike, wasn't it? So that was 3 strikes and out, wasn't it?
That's bullshit.
That's your
You know, he
censorship.
might have been crude and vulgar and suggestive in certain ways that, he did, especially during his live streams and shit. But the motherfucker was an honest to goodness vape reviewer that gave you straight up feedback about stuff. He tried to follow all the fucking rules, and they still fucking took his channel. And not only him, but I've seen lots of fucking people that do like homeopathic medicine and people that are like survivalists that teach you the fundamentals about different things in life, like charcoal, activated charcoal used in every fucking hospital across the country. He showed you how to make charcoal at home, the way that they have done it for centuries. He got his fucking video removed for misinformation about health. For showing you how to make activated charcoal.
Well, I hope Trump does turn this shit round. But it needs sorting out.
He needs to. Well, we're all going to be gone. History channels. I've watched half a dozen people, big channels, like 500,000 fucking subscribers. History channels doing little 20, 30-minute videos that, recap certain aspects of our history. Like World War II and Germany and Hitler and Nazis and one little tiny bleep of a swastika in the corner of an image that was historically depicting what the fuck was going on. His video got removed and he got a strike for showing history. and constantly being demonetized. You're literally rewriting history. They weren't glorifying it. They weren't glorifying the Third Right or any of that other stuff. They were simply giving a history lesson. And it was demonetized, removed, and a channel strike. This needs to end. Hey, dude, nice hat.
Definitely.
Thanks. I found it in the alley.
Oh, God damn it. Oh.
Just when I think I'm done, I rotate it and find another spot I missed. I don't understand how this is going on.
Dog saliva, dear.
Have you asked her? It's possible she had a reason to go on that walk without you. This is my dogs. All three of them have separation anxiety. We've spoiled the shit out of them with me being home with them all the time. I go on a service call, and the house is torn to bits when I get home.
Oh.
Why do I always have to clean the toilet? Really, Comet? Why you have to ask that question? The answer is so obvious. We're going out now for dinner, so you be a good boy, okay? Oh, that breaks my heart. Let's eat at home. Okay, if you want to. We can make hamburgers. I'll make an extra one just for you, little Poochie.
The guilt look, yeah.
You smell like yellow mustard, onions, green relish, a pickle spear, peppers, tomato slices, and celery salt. Admit it. Admit it. You've been with that tramp from Chicago, haven't you?
Oh, God.
In all the time I've known him, he's never once changed his clothes.
Oh, really? Okay.
All right. I admit it. It feels refreshing, but I still say this isn't the safest thing for anybody to do.
Holy fuck.
Did you ever try doing that, man? Stick your head out the window 50 mile an hour down the road?
Yeah, it hurts.
Yeah, especially when you get a bug in your mouth.
It comes up the back of your skull.
Having fallen on hard times, Frosty is forced to sell his body on the streets just to make ends meet. Don't just assume because you see me on my porch that I'm home. It's not that I'm antisocial, I just don't like you. Well, I guess this means I can't run around in my underwear anymore. Now that all the leaves are gone.
Oh, dear.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
Right,
Like a clothes dryer.
Round.
Stop it!
Stop it.
Dad, what's the purpose of life? What did you tell him? He asked. I told him.
Shit roll.
Job is to wipe people's ass. Collect shit and get flushed down the toilet. Get ready, get ready. I think everybody is about to rush the stage. I never did any of that stuff. I never got into that rushes and mosh pits and stuff. Well, I don't care what you say. I'm going to have a bowl of ice cream before I go to bed. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Oh, sorry. You and I were having an argument inside my head, and I guess I must have said it out loud. Sorry. Do your facial expressions get you in trouble too, mate?
Yeah.
Wife be talking
Still
about
does.
something crazy over there, and you're like, and she's like, no,
Still
I
does,
won't
man.
do it. I won't do it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't say nothing. Yes, you did. I could tell you don't like the idea. I didn't say nothing. I really didn't. I'm sorry.
Still happens.
Whose bright idea was it to place the arc animals in alphabetical order?
Ants, Jesus. There was some ants. Not anymore.
I thought the dog had a shake today, and he's doing a really good job.
Very nice.
Daddy should be home any minute, and guess what? I asked him to buy you a little dolly.
Oh, God.
Dog greeting. I'm home. How's the fluffer? Were you a good dog today? Who's the best dog in the world? I love you. Hey, hi. How's work?
That's so true, that, isn't it? Yeah. Are you alright? Alright, see you later.
Thanks. It's New Year's. What's your resolution? I'm the same as always. 1024 by 768. How long have you felt like a man trapped in the body of an alligator? I'd say ever since he ate me. Do you know how bad those any drinks are for you? Shh.
So what?
That's my wife right there. And that's me up there.
Yeah.
You know what that taurine's going to do to your body in about 10 years? Mom, could we stay in my old room until we're able to afford a place of our own?
Oh, shit. Nope.
Oh. All right. You know how I love bringing you guys maps so we can all learn something, just a little bit of knowledge every single time? Here is a map of Europe and what their name is for cat. Start with the easy ones.
Ah.
Shot in France?
Where you going? Where you going with this one?
Gato? Mochka in Hungary. Matska. Kotska. Pisicha. Kotka. Maika. Gato. Katus. Quatos. Kedi. Kit. Koshka. Kate. Kakis. Kas. Kisa. We're all the same. When you boil it all down, we might have different accents, but we essentially have heritage of 2 or 3 races on this entire planet.
What's it called in China? Dinner?
You know, when you open a door and you hope somebody comes in and it comes through, it works out just fine. Donald Trump is being a human being for 3.5 seconds in a movie.
Wow.
A bald guy teams up with another bald guy to fight another bald guy. Movie plots described in full accurate detail. Are you ready? Right after we have this new age of siphoning gas. Warning, warning. Keep back from platform edge or you might get sucked off.
Oh.
That might not be the best warning sign ever.
No.
And to put things into perspective for you, here's Red Dead Redemption 3 if we had to install it from floppy disks. Disc 1 of 63,985. And wouldn't it suck? You remember when you had those floppy disks and you'd get them installed one after the other, after the other, after the other, because it was a segregated or separated zip file. And you get to the very last disk and it says, file corrupt.
That's why a lot of computers end up getting flung out the window.
Yeah. Only volunteer firefighters would understand this picture.
I don't.
When you have to mount your radio in your car, but you don't want to destroy your car in the mounting process. Just some pool noodles slashed down the side to hold that in there just nicely.
Easy to pinch, though.
Swimming notice. Minnesota state law strictly prohibits underwater smoking.
What?
You think the bans and prohibitions and taxes are crazy? There's laws in the books that are even more ridiculous. Minnesota state law strictly prohibits underwater smoking. And here we go, another one of my lovely flow charts. Are you ready? Do you have any money, yes or no? Yes, I have money. No, I don't have money. Well, I have money, but not for a bicycle. Not for a motorcycle. Blaspheme!
Blasphemy.
Buy a motorcycle. Do you have money? No. Do you have a job? No. Do you have possessions? No. Do you have a kidney? Yes. Sell it. Go buy a motorcycle.
Everything points to a motorcycle. I love it.
You guys in the UK, man, you guys have some really fucked up road signs. What the hell is that road sign for?
Well, the logic has not come into that one at all.
I started out with nothing, and fortunately, I still have most of it.
Pretty standard.
Just sold my homing pigeon on eBay for the 22nd time. Who says you can't
That's
make
a damn
money?
good money earner when you think about it.
How many of y'all play with this shit when you were growing up?
Yeah.
How many of you pumped it up so bad you blew up the rocket in your face?
Not quite. Nearly.
If the earth was flat, for all you flat earthers out there, if the earth was actually flat, cats would have already pushed everything off of it by now.
That's so damn true, that evil. Cute, but
That's
evil.
proof the earth isn't flat. All right, here's another map for you. Here you have wine Europe, beer Europe, and vodka Europe.
Yeah, pretty much makes sense.
And the intersection is Hungary, where you have all three. And the sole reason why Gen X will live until 100 years of age or longer. All the goddamn Flintstone vitamins our parents made us take growing up. Meanwhile, back in 1986, two people could eat at Burger King for $8.39.
Wow.
3 Whoppers, 2 large fries, 2 large vanilla Cokes, $8.39.
Jesus. Can't even get a Coke for that.
You're probably paying $25 for that now. 3 Whoppers, 2 fries, and 2 large vanilla shakes. Gentlemen, in your opinion, who do you think was the most beautiful woman in the 1980s? And for you ladies out there, who do you think was the finest man you ever seen back in the 80s?
That's a tough one. I can't even remember that. I can't even remember any, really, to be honest.
Oh, come on now. You never had anybody or any TV shows you watched as a kid you were like drooling over whoever was in it? Like the Fall Guy had Heather Thomas. Or Buck Rogers had Aaron Gray. There's a whole list of girls from back in the 80s. Well, it's a teenage snot. Your hormones are raging. You got to remember. Or is your Alzheimer's kicking in? Mallory's like, Kathy Ireland.
I think I used to watch a lot of Charlie's Angels for some reason.
Which was your favorite angel?
Oh. I don't know.
You didn't have a favorite. You wanted all 3 of them.
Yeah, I think it was it Farrah Fawcett or something? Was she one of them? Can't remember the names now, man.
Why do you think as a teenage boy I used to love watching James Bond? All the Bond girls. Christy Brinkley.
Yeah, right, the Bonds. Oh, God, aye.
How about from the Blue Lagoon, when you watch the Blue Lagoon? I don't remember her name now.
What I was thinking of there.
Samantha Fox. Come on, y'all had posters you put up on your wall in the 80s. That was the big thing to do for everyone. Wasn't pinup girls from like the 50s and 60s.
Raquel Welch and 1 million years BC.
Ooh, Raquel Welch. Oh! Samantha Fox. Ron Jeremy. Pounded Samantha Fox. Mm-hmm. Daisy Duke. Dusty Country Road wants Daisy Duke. Claudia Schiffer.
Claudia Schiffer. Oh, God.
I ask this now before these people die because, you know, you don't want to talk bad of the dead. Most of these people are still alive.
Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire. Ooh.
You had a thing for Robin Williams. Jessica Alba.
Well.
Happy hippie. Well, that was much better than Tugboat and Tug Goat.
Oh, gosh.
All right. Since y'all can't remember the men and the women you lusted for as a teenager, maybe y'all can remember this. Remember the struggle trying to look at the TV guide and figure out what was actually on?
Oh, God,
Or you hate that stupid cable channel that just constantly scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and change with the time?
The thing is with us, my mum and dad used to put rings around things like, we are watching that, we are watching that, you want that. Just put rings around the programs, what they were watching in the magazine. It used to be the TV Times. You used to have the TV Times and the Radio Times. The Radio Times was for the BBC. The TV Times was for ITV. 2TV.
Yeah, and you know how it is nowadays? Nowadays, you just download Pluto on your Roku or your phone or whatever, and there's a Northern Exposure channel, there's a Law and Order channel, there's a Biography channel. There's a Hollywood Backstage channel, and that's all they show. That one program, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Wow.
And you wonder why you download Pluto and you've got well over 1,000 channels to watch.
Well, 950 of them are.
Meanwhile, for those of you that still have kids in your house, get ready to come up with some new shenanigans for this year for our lovely elf on the shelf. I ironed your chips because they are all crinkled. Here we have, ladies and gentlemen, a world without bees. Without bees, everything fucking dies.
True. Yep.
And here we have a world without trees and animals. And a world without humans.
That's so true. Nature thrives.
So be kind to it. Not because of some existential threat you were warned about on mainstream media, but because it's the right fucking thing to do. Pick up your trash, take it with you.
Beautiful, man. Kind of beat Mother Nature.
Dusty's like, we had one fucking channel at our house. Gradual down the road could get 6 channels. Ain't that the truth, man? When we were growing up as kids, we had like 4 channels to choose from. That was it. My dad put this big, massive, 8-foot-long antenna up on the house, and we doubled our channels. We could watch the bunch of independent stuff, WAB 43, and a couple of small power channels. Darren D's like Lonnie Henderson and Farrah Fawcett. Farrah Fawcett was one of those Charlie's Angels girls.
Yep. We had 3. No, what? 2. No, 3. One BBC 1, BBC 2. ITV was the independent channel. And then later on we got 4 with obviously the name Channel 4. That's where the name Channel 4 came from, because it was the 4th channel. And obviously cable come in and then just fucking went haywire.
Yep, Mallory's right. Back in our day, it was NBC, CBS, ABC, and PBS. Public Broadcasting Service.
Okay, now.
That's all that was available anywhere in the country. And then cable came out, and you had a bunch of cable TV channels got started. Back when MTV got its start. Now they're making all kinds of movies and TV shows.
The thing is, well, a lot of some of the channels over here, they're just reruns of old telly, over and over again, like old comedy.
That's all the low power stations are now. There's the low power stations have 4 channels. Yeah. You got retro TV. You can watch all your classics like A-Team and, Hawaii Five-0, the original one, and Christy McNichol. Oh, I remember that. Oh, yeah. I remember that when I was a kid. All right. Another map for you. Let's overlay United States and Canada over Europe and see what she looks like.
Huge. Oh, boy.
The United States is way bigger than all of Europe and the UK put together.
Well, that's kind of not fair, because everybody knows the UK is just an island. We're just a little island. We're nothing big.
Well, yeah, but if you were trying to figure out how long would it take for me to drive to California, now you can put it into perspective. That would be like me starting off in Portugal and driving to Moscow.
Yeah, I can get that. I get that side of it, but,
All right, let's take just the state of Texas and put it over top of Kosovo.
Jesus.
Just the state of Texas.
Wait, 4. Jesus. That's a big old state, yeah, but I get where you're coming from.
Listen, when we were watching shows in the 80s and the 90s and the movies come out, Some of that shit just don't fucking make any sense to me. Danny Glover was just 41 years old when we were watching him in our favorite movie when he decided that he was getting too old for this shit.
Yeah, but he was sitting on a shitter with a bomb strapped up his arse.
Mate, look at the movie Home Alone. Can you please tell me how the fuck these guys could afford the gas and electricity for that fucking home? That massive fucking home? How many bedrooms was in that house?
Fucking hell, 10, wasn't it? Something like that. It was massive.
Lethal Weapon, yeah.
Lethal Weapon.
What was he going to do? He was 41. How do you retire at 41? Nobody I know has ever retired at 41.
Well, if you're a multi-billionaire, you can retire at 41. You just live the playboy life, didn't you?
Hey, I'm looking forward to the future, mate. I can buy me a drone so I can paint the clapboards on my house and not have to get the ladder out.
That's a cool idea. Spray good.
That's a hell of an idea. Where do I buy me one of those?
That's brilliant.
Just go buy a 5-gallon can of paint, drop the end of the hose in there, and let the drone go and paint the side of the house. Is it going to scrape the old flaking paint off too?
Probably not.
Yeah. I walked into a room full of men and they couldn't stop staring at me. That's because you were walking into the men's restroom.
Jesus.
All right.
Oh,
here's a map of the United States, clearly depicting where kangaroo ownership is legal or illegal.
What?
So if you lived in the United States and you wanted to own a kangaroo, well, if in South Carolina, West Virginia, and Wisconsin, you can do it with no questions asked. They don't give a fuck. In the orange states, you need to get a permit. In the red states, it's flat out banned for you to own a kangaroo. That's what our legislatures wasted time and energy on, to pass a law making it illegal for you to own a fucking kangaroo in the United States.
Who even thought of that? I mean, oh,
let alone the fact that the majority of the 50 states made it illegal. When was there a movement to ban kangaroo ownership in the United States? Surely, not everybody was kung fu fighting. There had to be somebody that wasn't.
Nope.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Kung fu fighting. Everybody was.
Meanwhile, back in the 80s, 12 noon, 70s and 80s kids will clearly remember Mom making you grilled cheese and tomato soup.
God, good old bowl of Heinz tomato soup. You know what it is? If you're ever feeling ill or poorly, you've got a cold or a flu, have a bowl of Heinz tomato cream. Oh, just it hits the spot. Absolutely.
And Mom will always put rice in it.
Oh.
So it's more filling.
We used to have soup and potato. To boil some potatoes, pour a bit of soup on. Lovely.
Rocket Man! All right, I can't sing. But you remember the song, right?
God,
do you?
Rocket Man, la 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 la.
I bet you remember this one too. Blurby flurby doobie doobie doobie.
Remember that one?
Who would have thunk it back in the day when we were sitting there watching that, listening to that, and bebopping around, that here we're going to be 40 years later and remembering it like it was yesterday.
Borka, borka, borka. Swedish Chef. The Swedish Chef.
I love the Swedish Chef. Only gamers will understand this picture.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Not Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, I've seen that in Red Dead Redemption 2. especially when they're like coming into camp and coming into things, and things just materialize as it's building the scene. But like Ghost Recon Wildlands, you'll be inside a building and there'll be these plant leaves that are like sticking through the wall.
GTA, Grand Theft Auto, you're driving a car at speed, you hit a badminton net on the beach and it writes your car off. How does that work? What the fuck? It's a net.
Yup. And some road signs you can plow over, and other road signs flip your car into the air. So, if I take half your cookie, what would I have? 2 black eyes and a fat lap. They were so unrealistic on Sesame Street.
Oh.
Go ahead. Go steal some schmuck's cookies out of his hand and see what happens.
Big Bird. That used to scare the shit.
You know, folks, it took 38 years for radio to reach 50 million people in the market, whereas television accomplished the exact same thing in 13 years. And the iPod achieved that same feat in just 3 years. Meanwhile, our children can create a TikTok video and do the same thing in 5 minutes.
Crazy, isn't it?
How many of you out there will never forget the taste of drinking from these cups?
Polystyrene and plastic.
Or the wax-coated paper cups at the drive-in.
Oh, horrible. No wonder anybody didn't like Pepsi and they all went to Coke.
Which do you prefer, baklava or baklava?
I'd say the top one's the safer bet, like.
I eat that any day of the week, any week of the year,
Yeah,
any year of my life.
very nice.
Love me some
So
baklava.
nice. What is it like? Is it like a sausage roll or something?
Baklava. Oh, no, man. It's drizzled. Here we have our pastry layers, our phyllo dough, stuffed with nuts and sugar and a syrup of sugar drizzled over the whole thing. It's a Greek dessert.
I get you now. It's just sweet. Yeah, it's a dessert.
Baklava.
I thought it was a pasty there for a minute.
No snow days for you. Ever.
Now you're talking my language. Hell yeah. In fact, I'm a
There were
bus
no
driver
snow days,
and I
hardly
want
any
them-
snow days. I lived in Cleveland in the snow belt. Don't tell me about snow days. We got a foot of
As a
snow
coach
overnight. We're still
driver-
going to school.
As a bus driver, I want them wheels on my bus.
You know, I still can't believe Aldi sells these things for 25 cents. I've got like 8 of them now. It was just too good of a deal to pass up, and I don't even know what to do with them. Made a barbecue grill out of one.
A good old shopping trolley.
Nobody ever stole one of these. Ever. Rear
God,
projection
they were huge, weren't
TV
they?
screen.
Yeah, they were huge, weren't they? You had to have a ginormous house to put one of them in, like. It was ridiculous. It was just ridiculous.
Here's Mallory. Here's Mallory growing up in 2 different states when she was a kid. Illinois, we get 2 snow days a year, max. Texas, they smell snow and shut the fucking place down for a week.
That's what we used to say about down south in London, you know what I mean? We used to get loads of snow. We used to get on, get to work, do everything. As soon as they go down London, oh no, it's panic, the city's in lockdown. Oh, honestly.
And since we're reminiscing as usual, let's compare things from 1978 to just last year. In 1978, long hair. Yeah, this last year, we're longing for hair. Back in 1978, we had 8 tracks to listen to music on. Now we're all seeking cataracts and cataract surgery. In 1978, we were looking forward to drinking from kegs. Now, our cardiologist constantly has us going to get an EKG. We went from streaking to leaking, from acid rock to acid reflux. Seeds and stems to fiber in our diet to keep us regular. We went from staying alive the song to staying alive being a life goal. We went from hoping to drive a BMW to hoping for a BM every day. Going to a new hip joint ended up getting a new hip joint. The Rolling Stones are not kidney stones. Bell bottoms are big bottoms. Discos, Costco, whatever is now depends. Rock and roll all night is now a long lost memory to sleep through the night. In 1978, we all thought we knew everything. And now in 2023, think you might know your name. Forget about what you came into the room for.
Exactly. Holy moly.
Who remember these two?
Wow.
MTV.
That's a blast from the
I
past.
want my MTV.
You got
Come on,
to
folks.
install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got the moves.
See? Money for nothing. We remember it. It became our life goal. And then you had Karens come into the world. Soccer, not allowed. Soccer may only be played in the archery range.
Fuck that.
Mate, how'd you like to go play some football on the archery range?
Hell no. Hell to hell no.
Texas has the fastest speed limits in the country, but they still go 10 mile an hour over the speed limit.
Like we all do.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, applies to everything in life, not just YouTube channel content creation. This is the work you see in a 15-minute video. This is the work required to make that 15-minute video.
Fucking hallelujah, hell yeah.
Kenny found out what it's like to make OBS.
Oh, don't even go there. Fuck.
Do you get this picture? Can you relate
Hell yeah.
to that?
I can. Airfix model kit. Tremendous.
I got some in the
Pop
other
everything
room.
out. Really?
Yeah. I'm saving it for the day that vaping becomes legal all around the planet. And I can just go to making models live. Did that day I'll ever get here?
I tell you what, it was even like the free toy you got in a cereal packet. If you got a car or something in a cereal packet, it was in a little frame like that and you had to press
Injection
everything
molded models. Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Imagine the glue needed for that model. Imagine
Oh,
the
hell,
fact
hell.
that, especially like during the Korean War, they could ship a Jeep overseas anywhere and fit it into one wooden box and have it assembled wherever they sent it. How many of y'all remember the old Ma Bell trucks?
Ooh. I've seen them.
After they split up the phone system. Yeah, Pacific Bell, Southwest Bell.
Wow.
That brings back some memories. Watching that guy pull the ladder out, throw it up to the freaking telephone pole. Here you go, another one of those movies that have been described in a beautiful modern fashion. Here's a guy that's alone in a forest, kisses a dead body, while 7 other guys watch to see if she wakes up.
Told you, man, Walt Disney had a very dark side.
Had? Girl develops Stockholm Syndrome while being kidnapped in a castle.
Shit.
I remember the glue sniffers.
Okay.
Making heyday. Wanting to ban glue everywhere. Americans finally bothered to learn a foreign language.
Human.
Drug addicted girl taking advantage of mentally challenged boy for 3 decades. And then takes him for child support before she dies.
Kind of quite true, though, isn't it, when you think about it?
Everyone tries the ice bucket challenge all at once.
Oh, God.
Paranoid billionaire afraid of immigrant.
Brilliant.
The family's first Airbnb experience goes very wrong.
God, I used to love that film. I'll absolutely love that movie. He's brilliant.
Kid comes out of the closet.
Fucking hell. No.
A guy learns to love a girl without Instagram filters.
Here.
Noseless guy has an unhealthy obsession with a teenage boy not being called a pedophile.
Holy shit.
2 robots go to a drug dealer's mansion to help steal his wall art and blow up his yacht. A billionaire devotes time and money to cosplay.
Yeah, another dark thing.
Woman murders woman for a pair of sparkly shoes. There's no place like home.
Have you seen the new movie?
Girl gets horny with a fish.
Oh my God.
Man plays virtual reality Smurf game.
Smurfs. They were blue.
Doesn't question why there's only one Smurfette. This is exactly what killed the GOP this year.
Yeah. Alien Trump.
Counselor suggests issuing Rubik's Cube to help people quit smoking. Real story.
Yeah, that's gonna work. You know that? Yeah.
Almost as good as bird watching.
Hey, dear me.
Which one of you inbreds did this, and how did you go about doing that?
How the fuck did you get that? No. Holy moly.
Sick bastard.
That's got to be a wind-up, like.
Election day this year felt like the whole country was waiting for an STD test result. Here we are a week later, and they're still counting votes. It's only 2024, and we're in America, where technology is so ubiquitous that every human being has some piece of it on their body at all times. But we still can't figure out a fucking election result in a reasonable period of time like other countries do. But it's okay for this panel to identify as blue.
Oh dear.
My name is Atticus. I was in the ICU for 2 days, but it turns out I was just constipated. And my giant turd cost $2,536. My craps are more expensive than a small Louis Vuitton. I am that fabulous.
Hell yeah. A $2,000 shit.
When you know social media is a shithole for toxic people, but you love animal memes so much, you learn to accept the chaos.
You do, don't you?
Name one thing, folks. Please name one thing that you trust more than the federal government. Don't strain yourself.
Shitloads. Nobody trusts the government.
Eating $100 worth of Taco Bell and making it home before I shit my pants.
Chocolate laxatives.
Yup, we've had 4 years of that shithole. Dementia-laden politics. And the sad reality is we didn't vote out all the schmucks that needed to go. They're still in office. Because people haven't woken up to the fact that it ain't just the president that controls your life and the laws in the land you live in. All right. Poorly describe a movie and let others guess what it is. Drop it in chat. Poorly describe a movie and let's see if we can figure out what that movie is. Gave you plenty of examples.
Ooh. My name's Bond, Brooke Bond T.
The Amish family got fed up. Man gets steroids and a frisbee to fight off Nazis. All right. We'll play it some other time. Meanwhile, let's accurately describe Ohio for all those that have never lived there or been there before. All right? Ohio is the heart of it all. That has been its motto my entire life because it's supposed to accurately represent the entire United States. So, for those of you that have never been there before, let me show you what we're talking about. This area in blue, all of it is corn country, where you can see for miles if it wasn't for all the corn stalks, right? On the right side of the state is where all the hillbillies live because they think that they're in West Virginia. But they're not. They're in Ohio. Down around Cincinnati is the South. And right up here, where the Wright brothers flew their little plane for the first time ever in history, or where all the pilots live. And they have communities where you could they don't have streets, they have runways for driveways, where you can just fly in with your little plane and park it in your personal hangar next to your house.
Wow.
And the capital of Ohio in Columbus is where they eat, sleep, and breathe Ohio State. And then down here, you've got a party school where all the hippies hang out. Because it's a hippie oasis. And since we represent the whole country, we do have our own Amish section. And we have a Rust Belt wasteland. And we also have Youngstown, where The Godfather meets The Wire.
It's The Wire.
And over by Erie, Pennsylvania, we have lighthouses and beaches. A little section over here of Cuyahoga County, otherwise known as Ghetto Land, Ohio. They have a bunch of lighthouses and beaches and stuff over here too. But just west of there is roller coaster and boat land. Because, you know, Cedar Point and all the people that have like vacation houses and like to take their boats out and recreate. And we also have Little Detroit, because the shit's so bad it spoils over into Ohio. That right there, folks, is the summation of Ohio if you ain't never been there before. A truly glorious state. How many of y'all bought these fuckers? Because you could never afford the $5,000 computer, but you sure like looking at them and figuring out what's going to be next.
Yeah.
They're like little encyclopedias. They came out every month with a whole list of new things you can't afford to buy.
Wow.
And because, you know, I like to put maps over top of things. That's what happens when you put Poland over top of Texas. That don't make any sense.
Nope. Hell yeah.
I think that was misinformation I retrieved from online. But I don't want it banned. Yeah. I want people to get smart and learn. Because right here, depicted before you, is what happens when you take the entire world and you make it flat. Here's a triaxial depiction of the globe.
But the world ain't flat. We know that much.
And for those of you that ain't never flown an aircraft, this is a list of air traffic control zones of the United States. Cleveland Center, how much area it covers. Indianapolis covers this. Chicago covers this. Boston covers this. New York has its own. Washington, D.C. has its own. Jacksonville, Miami, Houston, Fort Worth, Albuquerque. That is a list of all the air traffic control zones in the United States.
Weird.
How about a list of the world's 25 biggest lakes, all put onto one map? Here's the Great Lakes.
That's huge.
You got Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. And we decided to move a bunch of shit around from the rest of the world. Here's the Caspian Sea by comparison. Lake Superior's up here. Great Bear Lake, Lake Winnipeg, Great Slave Lake, Lake Onega. I just like looking at weird shit all the time.
That's a lot of water, man.
And that right there, folks, is the end of the dad jokes and educational content of this show for today.
That was a lot of fucking water, mate. That was a lot of water.
Think of all the fish you could catch in there.
Well.
Not quite sure I'd eat much of it, though, with all the lovely environmental protections we have in place that are about as effective as prohibition.
Exactly.
Well, I guess that means it's time for a retro vape. Are you up for a retro vape?
I certainly am, sir. I certainly am.
It's time to put on your survival gear, because today we're going to take a look at the Aspire survival pack. A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, Aspire decided to release the Quad Flex Power Pack Survival Kit. Just in case we needed a vape to put away for the Vape-ageddon, we have a beautiful RDTA. This was sent to me by the lovely Neil Pitts. Look at that gorgeous RDTA. Arrows to line up.
Sorry, I was just getting my eyebrows attacked by the wife.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh, is that an RDT, is it? Very nice.
It sure is. Look at them beautiful holes for you to drop your wicking down into. You have a beautiful deck.
Holy moly.
Look at that. Isn't she gorgeous? And see, the thing is, if you couldn't get yourself this lovely survival kit that came all as one beautifully labeled box, if you happen to have the Squonker or the RDA, you could purchase yourself the Quad Flex Power Pack, which you've seen. I've already built this sucker, and she's sitting on my shelf, but I got a brand new one sitting here in the package unmolested. Always got to open something new, right?
And that's come as all the part of the same kit. Jesus.
Nah, you bought this, or if you had the tank already, you bought this, because this allowed you to convert your existing Aspire tank into the full survival kit mode. So if you wanted to have an RDTA, you could have an RDTA. You wanted to have a dripper, you could have a dripper. You want it to be a Squonker? Well, we've got pins that allow you to turn it into a Squonker.
That's cool.
But there's the RDTA. Isn't that though?
Holy moly.
Okay. We're going to be able to get this thing out of here without busting it all apart. I did that the first time I did it too. All of them are like this. It's like they cut the cardboard out half-assed. Look, here's the one that he sent me that had everything in there already. And his is falling apart the same way. It's like they cut it out and then here's the label to go in there. But we're not going to glue it in there or anything. But in order for this to work, if you had the Nautilus X, which I've got here some, you could buy this kit and convert the Nautilus X into a full RDTA. And they were so kind as to give you the coils, the O-rings, and the tools to make it all happen, including their own Aspire branded Muji cotton.
It's just so cool, Ali.
It's like a frickin' Lincoln log set for Vapers.
The aesthetics, it just looks nicely presented as well, doesn't it? It looks really smart.
They always did so much beautiful work to this. chimney extension.
All sorts. Chimney extension.
For the existing Nautilus X tank. I should have grabbed that out. That's what I should have done. I forgot that that was the actual tank that's needed for this torque. But that's okay. Because Neil Pitt sent us the complete survival kit that already included the Nautilus X tank set up as a dripper. So, I'm going to use the original set of coils that came with the Power Flex pack, the Quad Flex pack, to wick up this beautiful RDTA. That's going to be fun. I am, however, not going to be using their Allen key because, you know, I've got actual proper tools.
If it makes life easier, you make sure you use the right gear.
Oh, a lot easier. Look at that. Isn't that so much easier?
That's the good old one.
Yeah,
You call it doobie
I
doobie
love
deck,
having
innit?
this new monitor in front of me so I can clearly see what the heck is going on. Because my eyesight ain't as good as it used to be.
As long
So
as
let's
you
look
can
at
see
these
what you're doing.
beautiful coils. I gotta dump it all out.
If it's old, they'll be Canthol, won't they?
Yeah, I'm sure it will. And you got some beautiful red O-rings. I know how much you all out there love the standard stock smock red O-rings.
Oh,
Everybody
yes,
loved
we
them so
love
much
them.
it gave red O-rings a bad profile. It's kind of like that love-hatred relationship with smock. We were so grateful that they were the Walmart of vaping for the longest time and put out all this cheap stuff that we could afford. And the one that you brought home, the stock setup, was fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But the replacement coils were all shit.
Yeah, they were bad.
Some of them you were lucky to get 2 days out of. Some of them would last longer than 2 days, but within a course of 3 days or 4 days, it would puke the entire contents of the fluid out onto your mod.
Yeah, that's right. They never lasted 2 minutes or they'll leak like a pig.
And hence the reason there was a love-hate relationship with them.
To be honest, they did get better. At least they learned by their mistakes, you know what I mean? They did get better eventually.
Yes, and the TFV9 coils fit all TFV8 tanks and was way better, especially once they switched over to the mesh in the TFV9.
Yeah.
But you can even tell, look at the color of that. That's gotta be Canthol.
Yeah, that's Canthol all day, that, isn't it? Surely.
It's a simple Canthol Clapton coil. And the thing is, well, who come up with this idea? I thought that was going to be brilliant. Really?
Yeah, it don't fit.
Bloody hell.
But you've got to remember in days of old, you bent your legs. Shape. And they're good old days.
3mm. They were 3mm coils. No. Were they the bloody 2.8mm coils? Sure as fuck were. Because this is a 2.5mm rod.
Yeah.
And it's as loose. I can't say. It was loose as the girlfriend I had makeup sex with after my first sweetheart broke up with me. That's being generous.
Too much information.
Fortunately, no, wrong screwdriver. This screwdriver. No, wrong screwdriver. I had a screwdriver around here that I got sent to me that was actually 2.8 millimeters. I've never seen a coiling rod that's 2.8 millimeters.
Ah.
Like, come on now. Making my life so wonderful. Jesus. What did I use before? Is it this? No, that's a 3 millimeter diameter. Those are 0.5 millimeter increments. That's a 3 millimeter on there too. Oh, no. Is that? No. Yeah, that's 3 millimeter.
Thought the old style screwdrivers might have been the size, like the old screwdrivers, but
what did I do with that thing? I had it here.
8 coils, Jesus.
Well, my OCD's just gonna have to deal with it. I'm gonna use the 2.5. Since I didn't properly prepare. All right. So let's bend this sucker.
God, them with the D's stretching the coils to fit the decks. Holy moly.
And look, it's forcing it to be a space coil, whether you wanted it to be or not.
Oh, come on, really? Oh, noise in there. Yeah, what a dear. And it pulls it all over when you tighten it up. What
of course it does. And then comes the fun part of
put the other one in.
Putting the other one in, so you take a piece of the lead you cut off there. To determine how much to cut off for the new one.
Yeah, go bear in mind you've got to stretch the fucker first.
All right.
Wow, man. Dear me.
This is the top one, so it's going to be easy to cut off. This is going to be the bottom one. It's going to be a royal pain in the wazoo to get in there.
Those were the days, my friend. Oh, brilliant. The things we had to do. God almighty. Modern tanks have got it so easy now. I don't realise how easy they've got it.
Like, is that even sticking through?
It's like if we'd just drift back to the old days. Like, hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. I'm trying to do the jerky bits because the pictures were that slow. And then we moved from the vintage days to videotape, where we were all a bright orange.
Where video killed the radio star? Is that how it goes?
Oh, yeah. That's how it went. Video killed the radio star. A group called Boggles sang that. Boggles or Buggles or Boggle. It was Boggles, wasn't it? Yeah, it was definitely Boggles. Definitely Boggles.
All right. She's in. Snip her off.
With a bottle of gin.
What we got? Short circuit. How do we have a short circuit? What are we touching?
Can't quite see from here. Can't quite see.
Let's check the insulator. Go work our way up from the pin up. We'll get this working. There goes the insulator ring, and that's something that wasn't included in there. But this is for the Nautilus X. And as you can see, that it was there's a ring in here that retained that as it went flying that way. Fortunately, that's the advantage of having multiple kits around.
You'll find it later. It went doing, doing, doing.
No, I need that 510 because you still need the Nautilus X for the bottom of this.
All right. A bit nicey tighty, isn't it?
All right. Hold on.
That's a bummer, that, like, not like that, like, but what do you do?
You don't want to know what I'm actually about to go do. I'm about to go into my bedroom to go through my box to find a brand new, in the package, Nautilus X tank to make this work.
Oh, no.
Because if I don't find that insulator ring, that may be the only choice to make this work.
It's, when the ping off like that, like, they could be anywhere, couldn't they?
And the sad thing is, I heard it ping over there. There she is.
Got it. You lucky man. Whatever you do, don't
all right, that's
drop
not going to be it. That's not going to be the issue. Let's put that back in.
It's a bit of a higgledy-piggledy one, this one.
Yeah, but I'm always up for a challenge.
Oh, you definitely are. Looks very soft though, doesn't it? Looks like bloody rubber rather than like a ceramic insulation.
Well, lot of these ones were. There are very few that were made of ceramic because you need to be able to adapt to the pin that's in there.
All right.
All right. I don't want to get the pointy tweezers that have a sharp point on them. I want a dull point to just compress that past that ring. Truly brings me back to the hobby days.
Boom, you're in.
Working with little tiny things like that. All right.
Oh, no. Plus,
nice. Okay.
here's the pinax.
I'm just dropping this in to see if we get a reading of the resistance. How you like that? Nice. 0.36. Start low and burn them in. Burn off the crud on them. Not so much remove hot spots because it's just
Spaced over
oh,
there.
that lovely canthal smell. Isn't that glorious?
Oh god, you can always smell a bit of canthal was burning in. It was lush.
She's so delicious.
The good old days. Bit of canthal. Wow, yeah.
All right. That's good enough.
Nothing the matter with them.
Except burn my fingers.
It might be a little
That's
bit
the other problem with
toasty
canthal
still.
is it retains heat forever.
Oh yes.
Got our tank on there.
She's still fire, all right.
She's still 0.36.
And she fires.
And she's a squonker. That pin was not a squonk pin in there. But she's a squonking tank. So you could change that pin out and make it a squonk pin.
Oh. That's just your normal spring-loaded pin, wasn't it? Oh my!
Ain't that
back is
cool?
crippled today.
My old lady's coming down with something. Cold or flu or the big C word.
Oh.
God only knows.
I think I don't know what I've done. I've just got a very stiff back at the minute. I don't know why. I haven't done nothing too strenuous today. Probably sat or slept like in a stupid position is the only thing I can think of. Oh god,
But it's really cool because, you know, you could just simply use it the way it originally came as a dripper. You didn't have to make it an RDTA. You know what I mean? I just thought that was cool.
It is. It's just like I said, with the options you've got with it are brilliant.
And that was the Quadflex Power Pack or the Quadflex Survival Kit. The advantage of this one is it came with the actual Nautilus X tank.
Got ya.
This one, you needed a Nautilus X tank to make the full thing like this, because this didn't come with glass. The original Nautilus X glass is what's required to make an RDTA. But you could still use it as an RDA.
Yeah. It's just like I say, it's just, it looks like an engineer's toolkit, all the gear you get in. There's loads of stuff in it, and the options to build whatever you need to build.
And that's what I love about this, is that it's legit, you know, a toy for the hobby of vaping.
Yeah. And you don't really see kits like that nowadays, do you? There's nothing much.
No.
Which is a shame. Good old cotton. That's Muji,
Oh,
innit?
Muji.
Yeah. Muji
That's
cotton.
all it is organic Muji cotton. All right. We'll get our scissors out.
One. Uno, duno, tres, cuatro.
I'm going to have some balls and try and do it with just that one strip. Like a good old cheapskate. Well, if you're in survival mode, you want to survive. You want to waste as little as possible.
You've got to use it sparingly.
And this is nice and soft on this side. It's not even really skinned up. So I'm going to leave that on there. And we're going to save this so that we can light our fire later for us to cook our dinner. So we'll just give it a nice little tuck and roll. Work it like we're messing with some Play-Doh. Roll and roll. Give it a little tight roll on the end. See if we can get that through our coil. Gonna be real tight.
Good. Oh, you've shed a little light on the situation. That's better.
Oh, and look how it's just barely moving our coil. Got the tension right.
That's a pretty snug fit, mate.
We're going to loosen up the ends equally on both sides. This one's a little looser than the matted down side. So I'm going to take my pointy tweezers, just clean that out a little bit. Clean it out a little bit. And we'll put this in an envelope and send it to Steve over at Mike Vapes, because he likes to collect this little loose tufts of cotton.
No, you should keep that for your fire. Steve's got loads.
Well, Steve's got to light his fire too. And that, I mean, that doesn't even qualify as lint. Look at that. Now we're going to gingerly take this and try not to stuff the hole. Just to gingerly get it down in the hole.
Drop it in gently. Oh.
Look, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat.
Yes. Take the deck off.
at that. Come on down. We're having a party down here.
Cheating.
Don't you want to join us? Steve wants more cotton. This is too thick.
It's definitely more cheating.
Come on. Oh, that's too much. There you go.
I don't know. What you like? What you like?
All right, Steve, we're going to cut off a little more for you. I know how much you love that. He's back on YouTube, guys. If you haven't seen it, go check his out. He's doing live streams.
He's just done another review, hasn't he? Good old Mike.
Oh, did he? I didn't get notified.
Yeah, I think he's got a review up. I think he went on live as well with these there's an SR Vapes or something, the live show. I think he was on the live show the other night.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So he's getting back into the groove by the looks of it.
Make sure that this hole is not occluded, because you don't want to create a dam preventing that e-liquid from wicking through those holes. We're just going to leave them flop down in there. We'll clean off the little tufts so we don't want to go become floaties in our e-liquid. And the rest will be perfectly fine the way it is. Now, where's my other piece?
Do it all over again, boy. What's the Aspire Survival Kit, wasn't it?
Just a little tiniest tuft.
Gee.
Look at that. Roll the cotton. Being on a little deserted island in Hawaii, lucky we have our coconuts, so we can make our own palm oil or palm vegetable glycerin.
You can still buy that today, and it's on one site it is roughly 27 quid. That's still value for money.
There you go, pulling it through. This is a little bit looser than the other side, but that's okay. That means it's going to give us more flavor. Having a little different on both sides. All right, now, see if we can get this down that hole. That one's good.
Cool. That's cool. When did it come out?
Oh, look at that. She fell down in there beautifully.
22.
Like a little troll doll. Let's snip this one off.
Come on, you little fucker.
Here you go, Steve. I got a little pile for you. Don't worry. Don't worry, buddy.
Holy moly.
What's that, mate?
I've just found it for the cheapest price ever. It's on a site that's got a 77% sale, and it's going for $9.99. A tenner.
You want to know how much
All
I paid
that.
for that one I just opened up?
Satin.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it.
$5.
That's all she cost me. $5.
Wow.
Clearance sale.
Well worth the money.
It was one of those ones where I'm like, I've already had it. I've already opened it up. I've already used it one. I'm like, fuck it. This is going to be a nice retro vape. Even if I do it, 5 years later, 2 years later, 10 years later, whatever. Little vaping history there. And look at that. There's our beautiful, lovely tank.
Awesome.
Now all we need is some e-liquid to try that. I think I'm going to do some retro e-liquid. Company is no longer in business.
Ooh.
The Pier E-Juice Mango Tropical Blast. From the Sauce LA. Before they went out of business.
Damn.
Still fantastic.
Doesn't give you a date on that. It's looking like it was around about 2016 when that came out. Round about then.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. Now I gotta make sure that the air holes line up.
Oh god, I.
How you like that screw-on drip tip?
Too small. I got a half decent review anyway. Ooh, what are you biting on?
I'm trying to make sure that the air holes aren't blocked because I can't clearly see. It looks like it's blocking that top part of the thingy. Does that look like it's open? No, looks like it's closed.
No.
That looks like it's closed. So how's the airflow get down there?
You're not turning that black top cop to adjust it.
Yeah, you can adjust it, but where's the opening down here for it to come in?
Ah.
You see where I'm coming at?
It'll be lined up in some way or another.
It's almost like when this is in here, it lets the air go around the hole outside of it. Because there's the opening there, and there's the opening there. And this is channeling the airflow to come in here, go all the way down to the bottom, all the way around the bottom. Pushing that in there. You see the little space all around there?
Could be, yeah. Could come down the sides and through them notches onto the coils.
And the thing is, here's the easy way to test it. We're going to put this down, tighten this up. I'll put it on my hand to seal the bottom because the bottom's got some lips in it. Right there. Right there. My skin's pliable enough to completely seal it. I still breathe through it, which means the air is being channeled down. So that's good. So now it's just a matter of lining up the arrow with the arrow. Right there. Okay. Here comes the fun part. I already attached the bottom, but the bottom is so tight. Because we got to fill this tank, mate. So we're going to put this on there. Tauten her up. You really had to work for it back in the day, man. This is crazy.
I thought that top cap of the RDA would have twisted round to reveal a fill port. I would have thought.
Yeah, I don't see one. You said that's how the other ones worked?
Yeah, because you normally twist it and there should be a hole. There's not a hole opposite them two arrows.
Nope.
No? See that? There's no slot there, so I don't think you can pull it like that.
Old school. I don't have eyedroppers. That'd be the easiest way to do it.
Bit unconventional, but there we go.
Go ahead, folks. Tell me in chat. Am I making a mess of this thing or what?
Oh no, you fill it? Oh, it's really odd. Have a look at a review on it.
I don't know. All I know is I got e-liquid on it. I've got some in the tank. Now I just need to throw it on a mod and give this thing a try. Quadflex from Aspire.
No shit, how you actually fill it, no? He's an arsehole.
I don't get it, man. Last time I've used this was on the frickin' show.
Really?
It has literally just sat here on my desk this whole time. No gurgling, no leakage of any kind. Aspire's the only one I know for a certainty I could leave here on my desk for 6 months and come back and pick it up and vape it.
They were pretty good for non-leakage.
Not even the 510 pin. Look how dry that is.
It's very dry.
See how she looks on there.
Yeah, it goes nicely with the Aspire motor. Oh, what did he do?
Open the airflow, dummy.
Open the airflow. For what it is.
35. 0.38.
0.38.
$40. That's not 40. Need new battery. Considering, I mean, how many months has this thing been sitting there?
Still working, it's still good.
All right, what's that battery at that I just took out of there? Three point 3.4.
Where you at? 40 watts.
40 watts.
Yeah. According to my calculator, you're about there. For a warm one, it's saying 46.
All right, we'll go to 45.
There you go.
Too warm for Canthal at 45.
Yeah, I thought it would be.
Like 43 maybe. Works fine. Your typical Canthal flavor for your coil. It's gonna take a tank before you get rid of that. But
so it's
she
like,
works
compared to what we're doing now. When you think Canthal, you think, oh, how shit was that? But it was the bee's knees and the deer. That was pretty much all you had. There you go. Bit of 2016 technology.
2016
technology.
8 years old.
Still chugging away.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
Brilliant, though.
Very much appreciate. That was the Aspire Quad Flex Survival Kit.
Even if you didn't use it, it's got fantastic ornamental purposes. You could just like open the box and sit there and look at it, couldn't you?
Yep. And then there's the Quad Flex Power Pack. If you had the Aspire X kit, then you can get this to convert that kit into an RDTA. Or just use the dripper out of there. Either or.
Yeah. It'd be kind of cool as a dripper as well, I suppose.
Listen, if we weren't already 4 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, I'd go get out some Bushido wire and make a set of coils for that dripper and compare them side by side. Some modern nichrome Clapton wire made for a tank that size and compare the flavor right off the bat.
I would say, I mean, like I say, you could even put more modern wire in that setup. It would probably be much better anyway. Might need to take a little bit more heat, like, but it'd still be good.
But you still can't overcome the fact of how are you supposed to fill that tank? You're going to suck. You're going to go through all kinds of stuff. Whereas if it's a dripper, you can put it on a squonk mod and like that. Here's an Aspire squonk mod. Remember we did that one?
That's right, yeah. Oh, God.
With that ridiculous disc mesh.
Yep, I remember that.
What the hell is that idea?
Yeah, you had fun with that one, if I remember correct. I'm sure you were close to throwing it out the window, but never mind.
It works. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, but
the flavor is like a 3 out of 10. It's not horrible flavor. It just doesn't give very much flavor.
Yeah. I cannot remember you trying to build that. It was fucking ridiculous. You were like, what the fuck is this? I love it. I wonder if I can fuck around with that for a minute. Hang on, where? Is that still on?
If I got rid of the tank on the bottom of this and just threw on that. It was an interesting idea that nobody else tried. But
Definitely.
They created the BVC, the bottom vertical coil, right? And then we came out with the mesh coil, which is the same bottom vertical design.
Does this seem so? Yeah, it does.
Still works. Just because it's, 8-10-year-old technology doesn't mean it's bad.
Okay.
But it definitely shows and cements in how far we've come along the way. Here's the Aspire O, Dan.
Holy moly.
And then the Hell Vape Solo 2. Crackle all the way.
Have a look at that. There you are, me webcam.
He's beautiful.
Good old C920. Hello.
You're the color
Hi.
perfectionist, dude. You could apply a color filter inside of OBS to make that look primo. Because you'll know exactly what to adjust. You can adjust the gamma and the brightness and the saturation and...
I've just been on like the basic settings and done a little bit.
I wouldn't do it in the webcam. I would just simply let it do its natural, automatic, exposure and shit as part of the webcam feature. I would apply a color filter to that existing original image. And then you can adjust the color to make it look like your other camera. That's what I did with my overhead camera. There's a color correction filter on that.
Yeah. Hello. That doesn't look too bad.
Keep an eye on your airflow chamber. Make sure it doesn't close on you while you're not paying attention or tightening stuff down.
Oh, hell no. Don't be doing shit like that.
Yeah, it's not worth it unless you're like trying to be a historian. I wouldn't do it for flavor. I wouldn't do it as, a Vape Mageddon purchase. But at $5, when I was already placing an order, I was like, I'll just add it in there. Who cares?
Exactly.
It's nice to tinker with in an afternoon when you're farting around. It's pouring down rain outside or getting ready to go through a snowstorm. Just fiddle fart around with it. It's not going to give you outstanding flavor. It's not going to become your all-day vape. It's just a piece of novelty, vaping novelty history to just experience. Kind of like this flat disc one. The flavor on this one's better than that Canthal coil that came with the survival kit.
Oh, shit.
Neil Pitts,
right,
$10 for the survival kit. Yeah, as the survival kit, including the entire original Aspire X tank with it, with the glass and everything. The Quad Flex Power Pack was only $5. But you needed to have the X tank, which I also picked up for like $5 from other websites when I was placing an order. I already knew I had them. So it's well worth it. But you got to be, you know, a geek like myself trying to understand how the technology got to where it is today.
It's a no-brainer for that, man. Honestly, for that kind of money, it's just a no-brainer.
You'll waste that on a 16-ounce Coke at the gas station.
Yeah.
Or a lottery ticket.
That's just a
the tanks I sent you are probably an order of magnitude better than the experience from this. So we're talking like, you know, 50 or 100 times better, flavor-wise, vapor production-wise. Yours are so much easier to fill than these things are. Like, you saw me legit, you know, holding the glass tank down to try and fill it from the bottom. And that's a tiny tank. What's that hold? 2-3 mils? If the wicks are already fully saturated, you might be able to put 2.5 mils into it. Now, I've heard a lot of people talk back in the day. They would take a syringe and they would suck up the juice, pull the top cap off, and slide this down alongside your wick.
Yeah, and push
you know
it
what I
down
mean?
that way.
They would take one blunt needle and put it in one side for air to come out, and they would put another one in there to fill it, so you could fill the tank while releasing all the air inside the other side.
That's right, yeah.
But even that's a pain in the idiot. Who wants to do that kind of stuff?
It's got to be a
pain in the
port
wazoo.
on it, surely. Got to be a fill port on it, you would have thought. You know what I mean? There's no reviews up for it either, really.
I can't imagine you would fill it through the squonk hole in there. I didn't take a close look at that pin. Let me look at that pin. Are there holes in this extension? See, here's the extension, the chimney extension. There's no holes in there.
I just find that very odd, that's all. I think there's got to be a way to fill it somehow, sure to God. Which way are you going to build this?
But it's cool, you know, it came with a dripper. And the dripper has a squonk pin that you can swap out for the original pin. And then if you have the Nautilus X tank, then you can convert it into an RDTA. There's no easy way for you to fill.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Whatever.
I'm gonna have a look at that one. I'm just having a quick look at some of any like daft little reviews, see if they've got any kind of filling on it. The first bloke just done the RDA, sorry.
Twisted 420 did that one. Like I said, it was his only one that I've caught him doing outside. He was in a city park and he was going around and he built it on a picnic table, trying to make fun of the fact that it's a survival kit. Yeah. All right, I think it's time for a little flavor explosion while you do some research and see if we can.
We'll run the dude.
Do a random recipe.
Random recipe time. Let's go. Yeah.
Holy moly, what can we make today, Batman? OG Blue. Keep it 100 slushy adaptation. Here we have a classic blue raspberry, sweet raspberry from TPA, sweet strawberry from Capella.
Ooh.
Liquid Barn is a classic recipe for OG Blue. And they're simply doing this so that they can adjust the nick and taper their way out of vaping. Congratulations.
OG
More power
Blue.
to you. Sweet raspberry custard cheesecake. Let's look at this recipe. This looks very interesting. We have cream cheese icing from LA Flavors. Fantastic. Cream cheese icing is 100% accurate on that flavor profile. It just adds that beautiful royal icing, cream cheese icing flavor to anything you put it in. New York cheesecake from Capella is a classic standard. Sweet raspberry TPA sugar cookie. Sweet strawberry from Capella. And vanilla custard. Total flavoring percentage, 17.5%. Kenny's like, yes, please.
Yes.
Don't even fucking look at anything else. Don't give me any fucking excuses. Just fucking make it.
You heard.
Fucking make it and throw it in my box. Yes, sir.
You read my mind, mate. You read my mind.
Adapt this. We're gonna make 100 ml bottle. Do
You
I
know
got one
me
here?
too well, mate. You know me too well.
Sorry, mate. I only got a 30 ml bottle sitting on my desk. I'll make you a bigger one after the show. So we'll make a 30 ml bottle of this today. I'll make it to 6 for myself, and I'll make yours at 3, since you're at 3. And there's no sweetener.
What? No sweetener.
I mean, 0.5%. You can always add more. All right, there's our recipe. Let's see if we can crack this out in the next 7 minutes. Is that possible?
Oh, yeah. A man of your capabilities. It'll rattle that out, man.
Cream cheese icing. Where did I put my LA flavors?
Cream cheese. Ooh, delicious. Oh, nothing showing there.
Fake brain.
Looks good to me on paper, and I bet it tastes really good.
Yeah, there's a problem with me. I'm organizing and reorganizing stuff around here. Oddball flavors like LA, I only have like 1 or 2 bottles of, so it's like, where did you put that?
And where not did you put all that stuff, man?
Got it.
I still don't even know this day how you find all that stuff. Jesus.
All right. So from Capella, I need New York cheesecake, sugar cookie, and sweet strawberry and vanilla custard. Vanilla custard, sugar cookie, New York cheesecake. And sweet strawberry.
Sweet strawberry, you talk my language. You talk my language.
Reduced flash or full flash? Take a pick.
Ooh.
Regular.
We will go. Aye.
We can just, all right. TPA sweet raspberry.
Okay, come on.
As opposed to regular raspberry. Done. 2, 4, 5, 6, and sweetener 7. All right. Secret sauce.
Ooh, the good old saucy.
Did I adjust the cameras or that light? It's so freaking bright over here lately. All right. 1.86. 3mm syringe.
I know how you feel.
Close enough.
It.
Yeah?
Yep. There's a bloke there literally just showed you. Hang on a minute. I shall do a little screen share for you while you're mixing, just so you can see. Well, I'll not have the sound on. It's easier for you to look instead of thinking. You actually screw the whole the top cap off, you know, the RD8 cell. You unscrew that and you just fill the tank. Now he lines it up. Then he unscrews the top off the glass.
Oh yeah, because the bottom lip is much larger than the top lip.
Yeah. So if you like, come on mate, undo it. So he unscrewed the top. Still made it look a bit fucking awkward like, but I knew there had to be a simpler way of doing it than fucking around. He's unscrewed the top piece off there. There you go. Left the glass on the bottom.
Gotcha. Nice.
Left the glass on the bottom. And then there you go, he's filling it up there like that with the top off. So there you go, my friend. I knew I'd get the fucking bottom of it. You know what I'm like. You know I've got to go and hunt it down.
You make fun of my OCD, and I see you do the exact same thing.
I like to know, you know. I like to know. If there's a problem, I like to find the solution. You know what I'm saying? It helps you out, it helps the viewers out, so you know, it helps everybody out.
And that's the reason you spent so much time on OBS this week, so that you could go and do kind of stuff like that just on the whim.
Honestly, I love this deck thing, it's awesome. You only have to look at anything else. There's the buttons, bang, and I do it. I mean, I can bring my logo up on there. But obviously, people will not be able to see it because I'm in the smaller camera size, but there you go, I've got my logo and that.
0.15, a sugar cookie. What a wonderful accent.
Sugar cookie.
Sweet strawberry, 0.45. I was wondering if this new bottle is going to smell any different than the last one. No.
Still pretty much the same.
Yeah. Kind of astringent, kind of chemically, kind of alcohol-y. But it's a beautiful strawberry flavor once you wait and, you know, give it a moment. Here we have our vanilla custard. 0.75 of that. Just about done with this one. I got a new one sitting there.
Very nice.
Hey, I got an email from Bull City Flavors.
No way.
They are dropping the free shipping amount down to $25.
That's okay.
So after $25, that's after coupons and everything, your total has to be more than $25 to get free shipping. Well worth it. So if you only need a small order, now you don't have to wait until you get $50 worth of stuff to get free shipping. after $25, and Hunky V is a coupon. It'll still get you 7% off.
To say, I don't think. I wonder why, like, you know, a lot of vape suppliers should do that kind of shit. You know, especially if they're online shopping. You know what I mean? I mean, fair enough. You got to spend some money to get there online. I get that, but I mean, you know,
yeah, but that's nothing.
Amount.
Now you could order 3 60 ml bottles. It's going to cost you probably about $27, $28, maybe $30, depending on what brand it is. And use Hunky V to get 7% off, and you'll still be above the $25 mark and get free shipping. And boom, job done.
I don't think it'd be free shipping to the UK though.
No, that's continental United States only.
Damn. We'd rather try.
All right, now for PG 1.87.
Oh, quick, you've rustled that up, man. I tell you, man, man's a pro, boys and girls. He's a pro.
Close enough. A little stir. Ooh. That vanilla custard is forefront. Cheesecake is second. Strawberry's third. Can't tell any sugar cookie.
Custard's top of the pile. Just what I like.
And 26.5 of VG to fill this up to the rim. And just like that, boys and girls, we have a completed recipe. Frickin'licious after about 2 or 3 weeks.
Jobs are good.
With all of those custards and creams in there, a sugar cookie. I'm sorry, but it's going to take some time for that.
It will.
To reach.
But it'll be well worth the wait.
Fruition.
Well worth the wait. Well worth the wait, my friend. Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Jobs are good.
Six Pack Kid, hello and welcome. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. My apologies for missing your entrench onto the show.
Yeah, we've got A1 Ben. I think I've just seen him as well. Or AI Ben. Is A1 Ben? AI Ben? Yeah, sorry we missed you, folks.
Not disposable. Still disposable and delicious.
4th of July. Black Friday deals. Yeah, you'll have all the Black Friday deals and all that shit coming up in your part of the world, won't you? Or have you had them?
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see advertisements for them already.
Good time to shop, my friend.
Come on.
For some stuff on Black Friday. Black Friday.
Episode 42.
No way.
Coming up on year's end, mate.
I don't know if the audio.
Make sure I turn the printer on before I hit print.
Well, it would help, like, wouldn't it? You'd be sitting there for a long time.
Just a little bit.
You'd be
no, it won't be long. It'll tell me right away. You dumbhead, you gotta fucking have a printer for me to send it to. Like if I don't change the actual tape that's inside and leave the thin one in after I get new flavorings in. So I use the thin tape to mark the top of my bottles.
Ah, smarty pants, eh?
That's why it's so easy for me to find things. Everything is sorted by manufacturer. Everything has a label on the top. And it's an alphabetical order.
Well, at the end of the day, it's easy. I suppose you know, there's method in your madness. You know, you can see the top of the bottle before you can see the side of the bottle, so you can just go straight to it. Makes
the
sense.
hardest part I have to figure out is which of the flavors are in 60 ml bottles and which of the flavors are in smaller size bottles.
All right.
Because I keep all the 60 mils together because of how tall they are. And if I have multiple rows of them, I can still read the labels across the top. If it's not in that, then it's in alphabetical order in the layer underneath it. And just like that, job done, labeled, mixed, ready to go.
Rock and roll. Lime.
And Neil put in lime lovers.
He's called it limegasm. I'm having a look at it as well. Limegasm. Now it would go nice with that. A chocolate lime. That would be amazing.
Why is it taking so long to load? Holy cow. We back to this again.
And pop straight up there. There you go. You want to have a look?
You zoom in on that.
Citrus soda, Flavora. 1%. Fizz Pop from Capella, 1%.
Control
Lemon
F1,
Lime.
buddy. Control 1. Zoom in.
Oh, sorry. Control 1. There you go.
All right. There you go. Now I
There
can
you go.
see it. Everybody can see it.
There you go. Oh, I like this. See what I mean, boys and girls, all the mod cons now.
Yeah. Citrus soda from Flavora, Fizz Pop Capella, lemon lime soda from Super Concentrated Wonder Flavors, lime Capella, lime gummy candy, lime raw from VSO. I don't have that one. And super sweet from Capella. Is that the only missing ingredient? Oh, I'm also missing citrus soda from Flavora.
Ah. But there you go.
That's a reason for
Look
me
at
to place
that.
another order.
Look at that. Boom, bada boom, bada boom.
Boom!
Oh, I like this shit.
Aren't we getting high tech? Look at that. It just
Aren't we
faded
getting-
right out, right back to you. I'm moving up in the world.
You see? I'm not just a pretty face, folks. See,
Hot
it took
diggity dog diggity.
It took some getting used to. It took meticulous planning, shall we say.
It did. And you know the sad reality is now that you have that also set up on your computer and you have it set up on my computer, we could technically set up scenes that it would automatically switch to things.
Ah.
If you switch to something on your scene, it'll automatically switch my camera scene to match it and vice versa.
Oh, see, you know, I just step it up a notch and knee guns, bang, another level. You know what I mean?
It can be done. It's a fucking pain in the ass, especially to keep the connection always working properly. Because if you change the name of anything, stuff gets broken and things get half done and half undone.
Yeah, I found that.
I found that out the hard way.
I found that one out the day I set a scene up, and then I went in, and it wouldn't hit on the button. And it was because I missed a capital letter out, and as soon as I put the capital letter in, boom, it knew where I was. Went, yeah, fucking cunt.
Yeah, I do that. I do that all the time. I'll change the name on something, and if the program's not running, it won't know I changed the name. Like if I work on OBS without StreamerBot open. Now, if it's got an active connection, it keeps track of the scenes. And if I change the name here, it'll change the name there. But what it won't do is change the name on the website.
Right, yeah.
So the button will stop working on the website, but it'll still work if you activate it locally.
I'm with you, yeah. Yeah, it's just everything's got to match up or it don't work. So
That's because this whole thing has been a development process. It started off as an open, source thing that the guy took over, and then he got so involved in it that he just released it as his own. And he just keeps building on it, keeps building on it, keeps building, and it's just like.
But now I can kind of understand why you've got so many scenes going, because you're like, with the way I can understand how it's built now, and you're like,
you understand now how everything's stacked. I only have one original source of everything.
Yeah,
some scenes have multiple copies. Some scenes only have one and a layer above it. An overlay
how I got
layer.
round.
That's it.
Where is it? How I got round. Was it that one? No. Was it that one? No. Which one was it again? Or did I not do it? Or was it that one? Yeah, how I got round doing me black and white on that without it affecting like that one camera is I just use source clone. That's all I've done for each scene, source cloned. So I can piss about with that camera as much as I want now, and it'll only affect that camera in the scene. So I kind of figured that one out. And so now
you can have a black and white clone, you can have an affected clone, and then you can put multiple layers on it. And then you can take the cameras and you can put the original and you can put the clone above it. And you can put that into a camera stack scene. And then you can automatically have it switch back and forth between black and white and color. And all the other stuff is an overlay on top of those two that you can turn on and off.
That's right, yeah. But I just kept it simple. I just put nice little clones in on the separate scenes for now, and it's love it.
Yeah, because you can look at it and go, I know exactly what that does. I know what that one does. I know exactly what that one does.
Yeah.
And then it gives you ideas to go, hey, if I do that with this and add this video overlay, I can make it do this. And then you get really fancy and go, okay, now I'm going to create actions inside of StreamerBot that I want it to do this. And after 3 seconds, I want it to switch to this. And after 3 seconds, I want it to switch to this. And the next thing you know, you get a little animation going on that you can trigger with whatever command you want to give it.
Yeah.
Let's get fancy. There's a voice command, and all of a sudden it just runs that animation sequence.
I don't fancy the voice for command, because sometimes you could just say it anyway without really wanting to set it off and jump shit. The way it goes, you're like, oh, I didn't mean that.
That's why you got to come up with something you would never say.
Yeah.
Like, that deserves a round of applause. I mean, it didn't work. And that was one of the things that was on there, so I have to do a check command to activate it.
Oh, thank you, Vapers. I think you've got a couple of dangle clocks your end this week.
I have a bunch of dangle clocks because that one deck got deleted.
Yeah.
And I had all my, like Nick is on there and... But hey, the rest of the stuff works. And I started building a new one so we can have fireworks. Whatever.
Love it. That's why that.
5 steps forward, 2 steps back is still 3 steps forward.
Exactly.
52 times a year? Holy cow, that's a lot of improvement.
Yeah, I'm just like, I look back at one of our first shows, you can tell the difference. Like, it's like night and day, isn't it?
Look at the image quality when we were doing it on Zoom. Darren sent us that, sponsorship or whatever, and that paid for the Zoom subscription. And then I'm like, why am I using Zoom? First off, it downscales everything to 720p, and then you have to take a screen capture of the downscaled 720p, and you crop the right, and you crop the left, and you crop the top, and you crop the bottom, and it just looks like... What is that, a 480 image? Are we on a PlayStation 1? No, it's like you create an actual full HD source, and that's what you do for everything.
Exactly. I still can't understand why a lot of reviewers are still using that Zoom. Just get fucking bin it. This is free.
Nobody wants to learn it. They think it's too complicated.
Put it this way, if I can pick it up, anybody can. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's why I'm going to do another channel, and I'm going to create those simple tutorials on there, and it's going to be simply, I'm going to create the algorithm-specific videos. First off, it's going to be really easy for me. No music, no timing, no nothing. It's just literally going to be, I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to explain it as I do it, just like I did with you. And then I'm going to cut out all the crap in between where I wait for you to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to just say it, show you, have a nice day.
Exactly.
No video is going to be more than 5 minutes long. And then some of the things are going to be really complex.
And plus, like I say, if it's an uploaded video, if they don't get it the first time, they just replay the fucking video until you do get it. You know what I mean?
And you hit pause, and the video at the end shows you anything that you need to do for your next step. Okay, now that you know how to make the scene that you made active, now I'm going to show you how to use that scene to do special effects. Watch this video.
Yeah, that links them all in together, doesn't it? Awesome.
And I bet you that'll be monetized in less than a year.
Oh, easy.
With thousands and thousands of views each.
Easy.
Because that's exactly what the algorithm looks for. Are you making, short 3 or 5 minute videos that people click on your next video and they end up spending 2 hours making shit?
You'd be kind of unique because there's not many, apart from the guy who invented it, who made it up over lockdown, there's not many people do tutorials on it at all. If any, apart from that guy when he obviously shows you updates and all the other stuff he's working on to improve it. But there's nobody doing videos on this. Or very few. So you'd be in a nice little spot there, like.
And you get the chat overlay to set up, and you get the combined chat to set up inside of OBS.
Yeah.
Now, StreamerBot also has a combined chat, but they don't include Twitter or Facebook or any of these other ones, or Rumble.
But even your big YouTuber videos who do the YouTube videos, the OBS videos, none of them are mentioning this. None of them. Nutty, he doesn't do it. Fino Junior, whatever you call him, he doesn't do it. They're the two biggest.
Streaming Professor
OBS
doesn't
guys.
do it.
Nah.
I was going to place an order the last time that they had a sale going on. He sent an email out, VSO sent an email out about stuff they had going on, and they had some clearance things, and some of the clearance things, I was like, look, a 500 ml bottle was going for $9. I'm like, I almost placed an order for that, but I knew I had to place a Bull City flavor order, so I was like, no, I don't got money for 2. I'm just going to do the 1, and I'll do the VSO next time.
Yeah, man.
Because I know that they're going to have a Black Friday special, too.
Of course they do, man. It's a good time to buy when they have all that stuff on.
I also need my shelf to be here, because if I buy VSO flavors, I need a VSO shelf. I don't have any more room on the shelves.
Have you still not got that fucking shelf yet?
No, it still hasn't shipped. That's because if you go on the website where the place is from, the guy says he's out of town until November 20th on holiday.
Oh, God.
So,
a bit of a bummer, isn't it?
I don't care.
Wow.
I can wait 3 weeks. It's the exact size I need. If I found another one that would work, that's the same size, relatively speaking, I would have ordered it. But all the other ones are much thinner. They're only 2.5 inches deep. And you literally have to squeeze this in here because this bottle is 2.25 here. But the other bottles I have, the 250 bottles, won't fit. And I want to eliminate all of those shelves.
Right.
So I can fit replace those with those. Those are 6 level, those are 8 level shelves. See what I'm saying? And then all those mods and tanks that are there are going to occupy the top half of that shelf. Only the bottom 2 rows are going to be used for flavors.
I was thinking after. Like, you see all them shelves you got, are they fixed to the wall or they're just sitting on a desk? Like
There are 2 screws. They hang off of 2 screws on each side. So you slide the wood out, and then the metal, actually you have to turn it to slide it off of the screw, because the sound panel, that map behind me, is actually a 1/2 inch thick layer of sound deadening foam to kill reverberation in the room.
I've had an idea if you could see your table height now, if you could lift them so the bottom's maybe a foot over your table height, you could probably install more bench or table space underneath. And then obviously underneath the table, storage. You know, like a big...
You don't want to see what the underside of that table looks like. You kind of get a glimpse of it in the beginning of the show. I've got everything stacked up here because in order for me to rerun the wires, the other thing I did this week is I moved our router out of this room into our bedroom to get it closer to the front door, because the Ring camera on the front door is Wi-Fi connected, and it was just a little too far back here. So moving it 12 feet closer to the Ring camera cut the distance in half. So now the Ring camera gets a full good signal, and I just ran a 35-foot Ethernet cable into here, into the hub that I just changed.
A 35-foot.
Yeah, because it goes from the middle of my bedroom, my old studio, the original studio that I started the YouTube with, against the wall, through the hole in the wall, into this room, all the way across that back wall, all the way across this wall, and then all the way up to the front of the desk, where I now have it going into an 8-port hub, because now I have the PlayStation 2, 3, and 4, and the computer, and a 25-foot line that goes back to where the router used to be, plugged into the second computer in this room. So...
Oh, you're not dropping though, because that's a long way for that signal to travel. You're 35
Oh, no.
feet.
250 feet is the limit for Ethernet, especially when you're using Cat 8 cable.
250 feet, jeez.
You leaving? Where are you going?
Out of the way.
Where are you going?
I got my PJs on, don't worry.
Oh, getting dinner. The wife's sick.
Oh, she sounds poorly. So is my wife. She's poorly as well.
Hey, his wife's got the thing too.
She's got a
Might be the Rona.
No.
She's like, fuck it. I don't care how sick I am. I'm still going to get my hair and nails done tomorrow.
Well, why not?
Bless her.
Share the love.
Dude, look at this. And my nails are awful.
They need that.
Yeah. What is this? It looked like a fucking bird was trying to land the other day. Yes, I thought it was a bird's nest.
She's comparing her hair to a bird's nest.
Oh, that's just a woman thing, that, you know what I mean?
Hi, buddy.
That's fine, man. You look
awful.
fine.
I still have glitter on my face. You look like I shit my face.
Just run a brush through and put in a ponytail, you'll be fine.
She's like, I can't believe I actually showed my face on camera. As disgusting as my hair looks, and I still got glitter on my face from yesterday, and I'm like, you're sick. Relax.
It would have been all right if we weren't live, but we're actually live, so everybody saw it.
And it's there for the rest of eternity.
Exactly.
If not on this platform, on another one. If YouTube takes our channel down at some point in the future, don't worry, it's still on Rumble. I didn't get as bad as Daniel. When Daniel first was looking into the fact that, he got his first channel strike, he had his content automatically uploaded to Odyssey. And Odyssey uses the same technology that cryptocurrency uses, where it's spread across millions of computers across the whole planet. That's how they have it, and they have redundancy. It's kind of like the old, not Tor network, the BitTorrent network.
BitTorrent, like a torrent site type.
They used to do for sharing music and videos and God knows what software and.
That's right, the old torrent site stuff.
That's how Odyssey works. So when you share your video music and your video files with them, it gets uploaded into that torrent network and it gets distributed against multiple servers all around the planet. So nobody could ever take it down.
That's kind of cool.
Because you legit would have to delete it off of, God knows how many 50 or 100 servers all around the globe.
Well, you never know. If Trump does get his way, all this platform shit might totally change, and so nobody should get any strikes anymore. Fingers crossed.
That is all contingent on the old antique relics in Congress letting it happen. Mitch McConnell is the biggest harm, and Nancy Pelosi and all these other ancient relics that should be statues in the hallway, not active members of Congress.
If he carries out his threat and he finds out, they're doing all the censorship shit, they'll be out of a job if he has his way.
Oh, he already knows about the censorship, and he already knows that the government directed YouTube and Facebook and the social media platforms. Yeah. And on top of that, we've had the press, Pasecki was the press secretary, multiple times announced that it's not fair if you get banned on one social media platform, but not on all the others. So we routinely tell the social media platforms what the active message is that everybody's allowed to say. Mm-hmm. So that it's been told to the public, but most people aren't affected by it, so they don't give two shits.
Exactly.
It's only the zealots that are like us that are trying to advocate for common sense, fact-based knowledge that are crying the blues going, man, we're constantly getting, hammered with these censorship and video takedowns and warnings and strikes. And now that it's starting to spread to the people that have their own gardens at home, and they talk about multiple different ways for you to be sustainable, self-sustainable, grow your own vegetables, have your own greenhouse that you can grow like lettuce and stuff in the wintertime. Those are the people that also talk about homeopathic medicines that you can use and grow your own plants and use them for medicine. Oh, look at her new sweatshirt.
Oh, very bright.
Cowboys. I don't know what Cowboys
Very bright.
She's a Cowboys fan. Bright. Can you tell?
Who's them like?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Where's my tag at?
There's no tag. Where? Not on the outside.
Hang on. You live in Pittsburgh and you don't follow the Steelers?
Nah. And the thing is, she grew up both here, out north of Pittsburgh, and out east near Harrisburg. And she's always been a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Since high school.
I think it's a thing that's happening over here, but I don't really follow it much because obviously the time zones, obviously when you have like games on, like live, which they do stream live over here, it's the middle of the fucking night. That's why I never think you know what I mean? You're like,
look at Mallory. Ew, Cowboys. Green and gold till I'm dead and cold.
Oh, fight and talk.
And you know what? Ironically enough, the Green Bay Packers are also one of the only football teams here in the States that is owned 100% by the fans.
Really?
Yeah, when they were first trying to start a football team, they sold, it was like $100, like stock in the football team. So that's how they got enough money to establish a football team, to hire and pay for the first year for the players, and they got the city to go in with federal grant money and stuff and other grant money to build an actual stadium for them to play in. But that football team isn't owned by some private billionaire. It's owned by a bunch of the city members, residents.
It's obviously a big money business out there as well, isn't it? You know what I mean? It generates massive money, so wow. Good thing to do.
I'm curious to see how many of these changes that he proposes is actually going to be able to come through. I know that when he was president the last time, he got the tax bill passed that he wanted. And man, did I see a simplification, because I do taxes part-time around tax season. And we went from having, you know, sometimes a 10 or 12 page tax return down to 2 pages because of how simplified everything got.
I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen overnight. I don't think any of the changes he's talking about are going to happen soon. I would probably say
some of them can happen within a matter of the first week of him taking office, because there's strictly executive orders that only apply to the federal government and government employees. So that kind of stuff he can immediately implement. The rest of it, he needs congressional legislation passed that he signs off on and becomes law.
I wouldn't be judging him till he's about maybe a year into his office, just to see where.
For somebody who was big into social studies in middle school, I'm telling you, you have 100 days. Your first 100 days in office will determine what you can actually get accomplished in your 4 years in office.
I mean, they're doing it. That's the same thing here when we've got our new government in. You know, we're not fucking saying shit at the minute. You know, just hearing daft fucking bits of crap. You know, there's nothing.
Because they can't get a consensus.
Yeah.
And you guys don't ever get like we have here. Right now, we have a trifecta in place. Come January 3rd or 10th or whatever, we're going to have a Republican president. Well, actually, the president doesn't take office till the 20th. But come January 20th, we will have a Republican president, a Republican Senate, and a Republican House. Whatever they want to get accomplished, they have 2 years to get it done before the midterm elections. Yeah. So if they pass a bunch of legislation that helps the population out, they're all going to support him come the midterm election.
Oh, that's what I've said. I mean, just like you said, some of the more executive stuff the president probably go through straight away, but I would say, give him 12 months, see where he's sitting. Might be good, might be bad. I think he'd be alright with the economy, because he's pretty good at that shit. I'm interested how he gets on with Putin, because there's rumours here that he's already spoken to him and kind of given some kind of warning.
There's been probably half a dozen people that he's already spoken to let them know that these are the changes he's going to demand come January 20th.
Because I don't think he's going to keep funding Ukraine. Like, I don't think he's into that.
No. We need, for the financial sake of the United States, we need to dramatically cut spending. And that means no more sending all our troops abroad overseas. We can't afford to keep sending munitions to Ukraine, because all those munitions need to be replaced if we plan on defending ourselves, God forbid something happens a year from now. Mm-hmm. So it's time to put the brakes on all those military expenditures using spent ammunition and rebuild our military and invest in the military we have.
I think out the two conflicts, I mean, I don't think you'll do anything in the Middle East, because a lot of them's anti-American anyway. Obviously, up with the Al-Iran shit. You know, they're all anti.
No, but I do see him looking at the fact that we've got 800 military bases spread across the globe that says, why do we need 800 bases? Yeah. Cut it in half, we still have 400 bases. Surely that's got to be enough for us to maintain our stance in the region.
I can see why, because obviously if you need to scramble them assets quick, you know you can. They're there, bang, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're already there.
And obviously the more the merrier, if anything should come to that. But
mate, The military support services are based in the continental United States and can literally set up a brand new base anywhere in the world in 48 hours.
Yeah.
Why do you have to have it in every single country? You don't.
Nah.
You could cut it in half and still have plenty.
Exactly. No, I think he'll streamline it, but I think he's definitely going to put all funding to outside. Like I said, I don't think he's going to fund the COP29. I think he's going to pull out of that. And he's obviously not going to fund Ukraine. Going to stop or limit it, whichever. I think the only war he might be able to get some kind of solution or to deal with will be the Russia-Ukraine one. I don't think he'll do anything in the Middle East. The Middle East are just anti-West period. They just don't like the West end of. They do what they want to do.
Well, they're worried right now because Iran is nuclear capable within a matter of weeks.
Yeah.
If anything gets through the blockades they already have in place, Iran could be a nuclear capable country that dramatically changes the power structure in the region.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, who was president after Bush? Clinton. Clinton after Bush?
Which Bush?
George Bush? George.
The first one?
The one who went to war with Iraq. Bill Clinton. The reckon Iran would already had nuclear capabilities then because they were trying to build. They were saying there were nuclear power stations, but they weren't. They were nuclear arms.
They've got the technology to do it. They have the knowledge to do it. They have the capability to convert uranium, but they don't have the raw materials to do it.
Yeah.
They do, but they have a very limited quantity of it.
Yeah. I think that was the biggest threat from them because they would push the button, them idiots. That's what they like.
All right, one thing that we did not do is our doggy time. And since the wife's going to the store, the doggies are back.
There they are. You all want a bone?
Want a bone?
There's one head up. There you go. There's one head up. There's another one up. Go on, go get it.
He's like, if you don't want it, I'll steal it from you. I'll go hide this one underneath the bed, and I'll go steal that one from you.
They're looking at each other. There you go. Oh, he's getting it. There you go. That's better. He's sat there like as if he's sat there as if like, are you gonna actually pass this, or I've got to go and get it myself? Oh, bless him.
Dusty's lives in Ohio, and he's like, the Bears and the Steelers here. Meanwhile, the wife likes the Chiefs.
Oh, well.
Been that way since they were kids, too.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And Mallory's right. They can literally set up a fucking Burger King for the troops in 48 hours anywhere on the planet. Yeah, so it was Bush Sr. was the 41st president, and then Bill Clinton was the 42nd president.
Yeah. And it was Bush the Revenge Jr.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is anybody getting it right recently? That's the question. You just have an idea.
No, but looking at history and trying to pay attention, especially for the last 5 years, I've come to realize that none of them tell you straight up what they plan on actually doing. They all have hidden agendas that get accomplished while they're there. And some of it is conciliatory for the members in the House and Congress that pass things that they've been pushing for a long time, but could never get presidential support. So the president has to accommodate them to get what he wants accomplished.
Yeah.
And that happens far and few in between, but it always ends up resulting in things that conflict with each other over time.
But I mean, the last time Trump was in, your economy wasn't too bad. Your economy was doing all right. I think he got that bit so-so.
Yeah. But the perfect example of that is Obamacare. The Democrats and Obama wanted to have a form of insurance coverage that made sure that the insurance companies didn't deny people because of pre-existing conditions. They wanted to make sure that the insurance pool grew to as many of the Americans as they can possibly get, figuring that the price was going to drop if they had more people paying into the system. The problem is the insurance lobbyists got their way and prevented people from competing for pharmaceutical products, for hospitals. Hospitals got to hide how much they charge and then literally got them to charge whatever the hell they wanted.
I can kind of see where he was coming from, because at the end of the day, your healthcare shouldn't depend on what you can afford. You know, healthcare should be healthcare, regardless. You know, if you need that operation that's got to fix a, you know, arthritis in your hip or something, it should be down to price. You know, you should be able to get it. You know what I mean? I think that's the only downside with the American health system. You know, if you're rich, you can get what you want. If you're poor, you get the bare minimum. I mean,
well, see, we have a dichotomy here in the United States, because if you're really poor and have no assets and no net worth, you're eligible for government paid insurance because you get food stamps.
Yeah.
So not only do you get food stamps, but you get 100% health coverage, and none of the medications cost more than $1. The problem becomes when you get a job and it's consistent and you fall above the poverty line. Now you have to pay for insurance.
Yeah, but like I said,
and if you pay for insurance, you're worse off than when you were broke in the poverty.
Well, this is it. Because your people who are working are just above the poverty line. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the same in UK. You know, you've got people working jobs and they've still got to claim some kind of benefit at the top of their wage up, or they've still got to go to a food bank, or you know what I mean? It's horseshit. You know what I mean?
Neil Pitts, you never finished your question. Hunky, do I what?
Sorry?
And then the other aspect is, you know, people think they have great insurance until you actually get sick with something bad. Mike Vape's got to experience this firsthand with his wife getting cancer.
Yeah.
You think you have great coverage until somebody gets really sick, and then they start going between multiple hospitals, and you realize it's kind of like even the average person realizes this if they go to the emergency room. Let's say in here in Pittsburgh, you buy UPMC insurance and you go to a UPMC hospital because you had an emergency incident. You broke your leg or whatever. You got into a car accident, right? And you get taken by ambulance to a UPMC hospital. And then all of a sudden the bills start coming in after you're finally discharged from there, because the lab that was drawn on you in the emergency room isn't drawn by UPMC phlebotomist. It's drawn by some private company that is not in network for your insurance. So now you got an $800 bill for the lab work. Or you get a physical therapist that's not in network, or you get God knows what else.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, our parents, when they had classic Blue Cross Blue Shield, if you went in network, everybody in that building was in network. And they charged a reasonable expense.
It just seems a massive minefield, that's all, you know. You just, like you say, even people who think they're covered are getting caught out with hidden bills or hidden agenda, shall we say. It's just weird.
Yeah, Mallory, you had great insurance at the time because you ended up with zero bills from it. But if you did that same thing today, I don't care what insurance company you have, none of it would be 100% covered. You would be a very, very small percentage of the people that get sick every single day to be that fortunate. So Mike is literally in a situation where his wife ended up passing after, you know, battling cancer for a year, 2 years, whatever it was. And now all of those bills have slowly stacked up for the out-of-network providers that took care of her.
Yeah, he was talking about selling one of his houses, I think. That's why he's moved to Florida. I think he's selling the house he was in.
So he's selling the house that he had in New York, and he's moving to Florida because he's got two houses and he has the privilege of doing that.
Yeah.
The average person, what are you going to do? You going to sell the house you're living in? No. You can declare bankruptcy to get as much of it wiped off of your books as you possibly can. That's what ends up being the number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States is healthcare expenses.
It's a minefield, honestly. I think, it should be shuffled about. You know, you shouldn't. Nobody should be denied healthcare, especially in emergencies. Christ almighty. But it is what it is, isn't it? that cheeky little fella. Oh, look at him. Tiny pussy. I love it.
That's Maggie right there. Laziest dog in the world. Look at that.
What on earth? Oh, come on. Oh, lad alive. What can you say? What can you talk about a dog's life? You know what I mean? Jay and me. It's a dog's life.
I have never in my life had a dog that was like this. That would do everything I do to mimic.
There's no place. No way. Oh. That's so cool.
I've seen horses do stuff like that before. Never firsthand seen a dog do that. I've seen plenty of videos.
Oh, it's mint. Oh, bless it. Oh, it even bowed as well. Oh, that's awesome. Clever. Very clever. Very clever.
This is Ruby. She likes to pet other dogs at doggy daycare.
Really? It isn't. I've gone up and out. Yeah, I'll scratch your back. There you go. That's awesome. That's brilliant. Oh my god.
Oh, Monday mornings.
He looks so
Monday
sad.
mornings are horrible.
Look at that. He looks so sad. He's like, for God's sake.
Oh, do I really have to get up?
Oh, that's brilliant. He's just not with it, that poor little bugger, is he?
Nope.
Hell with that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to wrap it up for today. We're at it coming on 6 hours once again.
Eh? No way.
It's 10 to 11, mate.
Holy shit, where did that go? Okay, now.
We just get started and start rambling about this and about that. And...
Holy moly. Oh dear.
Bada bing, bada boom, 6 hours later.
Longest live streaming show. We are the longest live streaming show on YouTube. Beat that. Yeah.
Regularly.
That's our claim to fame, mate. Remember these little hours? What's an hour? We just get warmed up in an hour, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we just get our introductions done that first hour.
Yeah, just getting warmed up. Ready to rock.
Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you out there. Enjoy not smoking. Have a great week. See you next week.
Yeah.
Same time, same place.
As always, thank you everybody in chat for joining us. It's been absolutely brilliant as always. Remember to, when you're way out, or if you are the guys who watch the replay, I was going to say repeat there, replay, hit that like button. Does help the old algorithm, so we say. Also, remember, upload your hand checks and all the doggy checks and all that kind of stuff on the usual. What's I going to call it? Nowadays, I've just had a total brain fart. On the usual socials, shall we say? There we go. On the usual socials.
Very good.
Get them uploaded. Facebook, Discord, all that stuff. Get in there. Have a look about, update it, uploading all that kind of stuff. And before I make a total arse of this, I'm just going to bid you farewell. So until next week, we shall all see you then. Until in the meantime, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all then. There, did it. Got it out at last. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.